Hi, this is Kevin from Evolve Artist. I'm the founder of the curriculum that we teach at Evolve, and I wanted to extend an invitation to come and actually watch me paint. I don't do this very often, opening up my studio, though I do a lot of demos. Students don't get to see me do full-blown commissions very often. And so I've got a painting on the easel already. It's a life-size painting. This is the subject of the portrait. It is the official portrait of the Grand Master of Freemasons in the state of New York, and it's due May 1st. So this is a rare opportunity to see a professional commission being handled from start to finish. Okay, so the first pass, this is going to be done for those of you who are in Evolve. This is going to basically be speed painting. One of the things that I talk about all the time, we have a couple of videos on this, but I talk about it in here all the time, and whenever I'm speaking with people that are jumping onto YouTube or buying videos from pros that are painting as a way of learning how to paint, I always make the point that this type of thing, what you're about to see for the vast majority of you, is theater. It kind of comes decorated as education, but it's actually theater. So I can mix colors and you can watch and you can say, oh, that red and that green and that blue and that made the color and he made the mark and it looked right. What you're not seeing is 30 years of experience that told me it was that yellow and that green and that blue in those amounts, and that I could see it as I mixed it. That I took a little bit, I dragged the brush to the right so that there was a little bit less green as I was mixing. And then when I put the mark up here, it's what I intend, because I've made marks like that for 30 years at a professional level, not dabbling or playing around. Sometimes it's experiment, but the vast majority of the time, those strokes go down and there's a paycheck attached to them on the other end. And so they have to be handled with great degree of care. And so when you're watching me work, or any other professional, this is not an education per se. This might give you some ideas, but I can promise you that if you try to replicate what I'm doing here at home and you've not got all of the underpinnings that make this possible and quite a bit of experience, it'll look very simple when I do it. It'll make sense, and then you'll try it at home and it won't be so easy. And so the idea is not to try to catch every little thing that I'm doing, not to try to figure out, well, what colors did I mix, because that really doesn't matter. What matters is the overarching idea. Now, typically, when we start painting, when we start our learning, we again, with Evolve, we deal in 3 moving parts. We have values, meaning how dark or light something is. Colors, meaning what color, like the intensity of the color, is it warm or cool? But again, just basically color is an idea. And then once we have that, and that's handled on the palette, we then move it up to the canvas, and we fill in a shape and address the outer edges of it. Are they sharp edges or are they gradients? The sharp edges explain boundaries and hard corners, and the gradients explain rounded form, or as we get a little bit more down the road, distance. And so typically we would start with sharp edges and then create gradients. In this technique, I'm actually inverting the process. I'm going to start with the gradients and in future passes work my way to the sharp edges. And so typically the way I explain how this should look when you first start is the first pass should feel like cotton candy. There should be no discernible edges. Everything should be a blur. And in the places, like I know where my gradients will go in this. I mean, I have photo reference. I know the entire background is going to be soft. I've got a lot of sharp edges up in here, mostly in the more decorative elements, and some in the face. But I'm going to start with these very soft edges. In the second pass, which will be on other days after this dries, I will start to tighten up the painting, but not to be sharp. I'll leave the vast majority of my edges very soft. I'll bring a portion of them up, and I'll make them feel kind of like velvet. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow me to paint a lot less in order to get the result. So the idea is we want to paint a lot of nothing and a little bit of something, but make the something matter. Let the something bring everything into focus. So the first pass, everything is just like fluff and clouds, no sharp edges. And I do have a drawing under here. Some of the hard edges, the things that will be sharp edges at the end of the painting, I'll make sure they're still exposed. And the other things, where the gradients are going to be, I'll bury them completely, maybe even in the first pass. But the idea is, I want to start with very, very soft edges at the beginning, and I want to get the middle ground values. So I want to get the values where the shadow and the light touch. I want to get, so if you think about a value scale of 1 being white and 10 being black, I want to get like that 4, 5, 6, the darkest of the lights, the lightest of the shadows. And once that dries, and that's going to be easy to marry together to create gradients with very little labor. I'm just going to be able to push those things together because they're very close together in value, even if the colors are different. Once that is set and it's dry, I will then do in a second pass, instead of doing 4, 5, and 6, I will now deal with like 4 and 3, 7 and 8, and so I'll start expanding the value range out towards those darker shades in the shadows and those lighter shades in the light. And typically in the second pass, I go from the 4, 5, 6 value range with very, very soft edges, and I'll push my lights all the way to their full value. I don't put my highlights in, but I put in all of my lights all the way to their full value, and those edges are all going to feel, like I said, like velvet. They're not going to be razor sharp. I need them to still have a softness to them. And then on the shadowed side, I'm only going to push the shadows halfway to their finished value. And what that, it does a couple of things for me. One, in the last pass, it gives me some latitude to adjust. If the shadows are too dark, I then have to paint over them opaquely. If they're too light, I can glaze them, which is much, much easier. It's much quicker, and it gives me a lot more room to play around in the shadows with color. And there are a lot of advantages to it, which I'll get into when I'm doing them in the last pass. But I want to make sure the painting feels a little bit on the light side and is nice and colorful to start. You'll see everything that's going to go down is going to be very, very colorful. And even though I've got whites in here, I'm probably going to be working in these darker colors. And this is kind of like a purplish blue. There's some browns in here. I'm going to be working in those darker values to lay in the lights for my whites. That way I'm not going way up on the value scale. And that'll help me marry the whites to the reds and the whites to the blues. Because even though these are distinctly different, in the first pass, they're just going to blur together. Establishing the sharp edge is easy, later on is very easy. Getting rid of a sharp edge later on is a lot of work. So this process is going to start very soft, and I don't know how much time it's going to take. I'm not going to refine the painting very much in the first pass, but what it's going to do is it's going to give me a really good sense of the atmosphere of the painting. It's going to give me local color, and I'm not going to worry about details. You'll see, I'm not going to worry about where the lines are so much. They're a guide. They tell me where some basic things go, but I'm not going to go too crazy about trying to paint a face or gloves or a book or a flag. You'll get a sense of the stuff, but that's about it. Now, this painting is being done with a transfer, and it's a comprehensive transfer. We will post photographs of the painting in stages. So I have a photograph, which we'll post later on, of the transfer on the white canvas. And then I've also got a photograph of the transfer with this acrylic on top of it. The acrylic is put here to neutralize the canvas. I don't want to be painting white on top of a white canvas. Again, as I'm trying to stay in that middle value range for the painting, if I work on white, everything's going to look very dark. So this is fairly neutral. If I put down a 4, 5, 6 value range on this, the value is going to be about the same. So it's going to look very natural, even when I'm working in small spaces and I still have most of this brown around it. And so you could do this with gray, or for me, I like this. This got a little bit of a purple to it, which is the direction I'm going to take most of the shadows. This will help unify the shadows as I put them down. But anyway, if I allow some of this to show through on the first pass, it doesn't turn everything into a gray. Even though it is diminished color or chroma, it's going to allow me to put slightly heavier, more chromatic or more colorful colors on top. And if I scrub down a little bit to let some of this be exposed, you'll be able to see it graying some of the things that it's allowed to show through. And I may do that in the shadows. Again, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do when I start. I have ideas. And once I start painting, the painting itself will start to dictate to me what direction to go, how to adjust for what I'm seeing in real time. I can't go into this and say, I'm going to walk from here to there, and the painting's just going to do as I dictate. The painting is kind of a living, breathing thing while you're working on it. And you kind of work with the painting. I can put paint down and expect a certain thing, and today the paint does something a little bit different, and so I have to be able to adjust in real time for it. So I've got my paint out. For those of you who don't know, at the Art Academy and with the Evolve, we only work with Old Holland paint. And again, these are all things, for those of you who have been around, we talk about this stuff. Old Holland paint has been around for 350 years. They've been around, I think they're the oldest paint company by about 100 years. They're still using the formulas that they were using way back when. Just to put into perspective, I always love this. We say 350 years old, and it's like, well, it's just a number. But to put it in perspective, this company, they celebrated their 102nd or 103rd birthday the year that Napoleon was born. So that kind of frames just how old this company is. You can go into museums around the world and see paintings from old masters that were done using this paint. It's a pretty incredible thing. And so everything we do here, we use Old Holland. And we don't, really good paint doesn't make a better artist out of you, but bad paint can cause unnecessary struggling. And so using a good quality paint, what that does for you is that it allows you to eliminate the paint as a potential problem. We want to get to the point where the only potential problem here is us, because we can work on us. You can't fix bad paint, but you can fix gaps in your understanding. And so the materials that we use, we always want to use the best materials we can get our hands on, and not to sound like a commercial, but Old Holland, it does not get any better than that. So let me get started. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start in a big kind of open area back in here. And like I said, I'm not going to be looking for details. I've got some lines in here, but they're really not important. Oh, actually, before I start, there's one last thing. So this painting is being done, I started to talk about this. This is being done with a transfer. Now, and again, everybody who's in Evolve knows, we don't lean on transfers and transfers alone. We want to be able to work from both transfers and from direct observation. And I could do this painting using the photograph and do it straight on the canvas without any transfer. But for the sake of the education, or what I'm trying to offer you, the transfer is going to make more sense, right? So going back to that idea that this is theater, if you see me do a sketch and I sketch this thing out very loosely with a brush and then start filling it in with no line, with no transfers, you're not seeing or understanding at all what it is I'm looking at, what key points in the reference, whether it's a photograph or a live model, what key points I'm looking at. How am I figuring out the proportions? Why am I laying the paint down here or there? With the transfer, it eliminates that entire process so that when I lay the paint down and I say, look at how I'm blowing out this edge, you can see where the edge of the face is and how far I've pushed the paint out to create a soft edge. How much of a gradient I make over that line. Where if there's no line because it's just a quick paint scribble and I'm wiping out the lines as I'm filling, all you're going to see is blobs of color. So it's not going to make as much sense. But when you learn how to paint, being able to do this and being confident that you can handle it both with a transfer and without a transfer is important. I personally believe that the vast majority of your education comes from working from direct observation. We learn so much there. But the refinement in the work, the way we learn to refine work, I believe is best done from photographs. So it's important to do both when you're learning. And then when you're painting, it doesn't really matter what you do as long as you deliver a beautiful piece of art. Work from photographs, don't work from photographs, do some stuff from photos. It really doesn't make a difference. Doing transfers, not doing transfers. There's a lot of stuff within the industry. You'll hear artists, they'll, depending on what they do, what their strong suit is, they'll make an argument that you should only work from life. And the truth is that 99.9% of all work being done in the business that people pay for is done from photo reference. So you have a tiny, tiny number of people who are making a living working from life. And typically, those are high-end figure artists and portrait artists. And the reason that they're working from life in the industry and that they do well is that there's a tradition attached to it. There are people at the high end of things who want to sit in front of an artist the way that it was done when Rembrandt was alive, when Rubens was alive. They want to do it in the traditional way. And so there's a market for it there. But pretty much every place else, this is done from photographs. So the argument that you shouldn't work from photographs, that you should only work from life, is kind of silly when you look at the vast majority of the artists in the market. That being said, have both skills. Be comfortable with however you go about your work. It doesn't really make a difference. The client for this doesn't care how it's produced. The vast majority of clients don't care. They just want a beautiful painting at the end. And as long as this painting is beautiful and is done in an archival manner so that it lasts for hundreds of years, that's really all they're concerned with. And so that's what I'm doing today. Again, this transfer is a lot more comprehensive. Like even for me, if I were going to do a transfer, there's a lot more going on in this transfer than I would normally use. I probably have 10 lines for every one I would normally put down. But I want to be able to make sense of it for you while you're watching. I want you to be able to see landmarks, and I can describe a landmark that's been drawn in with a line against the photograph to make a little bit more sense of it for you. And so, again, this is a bit more comprehensive than I would normally do, and you'll see when we get down into some of the jewelry, there are a few marks that will explain a shape, and then all of the particulars of the ornamentation will be put in on top of it. There's no sketching for that. But again, I know most of you are probably here wanting to see the face painted, and so I've done a lot more in the face than I would normally do because I wanted to make sense to you. And even though I'm saying this is theater, I'm hoping that everybody watching is able to walk away with some actionable information. The entire idea behind the program here at the school and the Evolve program online is to empower artists to be able to create. Over the years, for those of you who don't know my story, when I decided I wanted to become an artist, I found a working professional, Dorian Vallejo, and he was willing to let me come out to his house and watch him work. And over the years, he made my career possible. If not for that very, very generous invitation, we wouldn't be doing this right now. But over the years, whenever I've been at a loss for how to grow, if I didn't know how to develop a skill, and of course, obviously now we have the internet, but even as a pro, as I was looking to develop skills, I'm trying to figure out how things worked, other artists always opened up their studios to me. It was not just a professional courtesy, because I think that most of these artists would have opened their studio to anybody who was serious about working no matter where they were with their skill set. And so I do the same here. I try to offer everything that I know in order to make it possible for anybody watching to pick up even one thing that's going to be that they would be able to apply to their own work to increase the beauty of their work and get them closer to their goals. Okay, so we'll be able to take questions along the way. I can actually paint and talk at the same time for the most part. If I get quiet, you'll know I'm thinking hard. Other than that, I'll be fine to talk. Again, this first pass, there's not a lot going on. It's going to go down. It's going to be very simple. It's more a matter of me paying attention to my colors and my edges, but I don't have any details of this. Big blobs of color are basically what are going to go down. The paint's going to be fairly thin. You'll see there'll be some places where I will scrub the canvas as I'm putting the paint down, and you'll see it'll be like, and that's me kind of lifting paint and trying to get back down to the drawing so I have anchor points for the second pass. Other places I just kind of brush across. You'll see me overlapping paint in two directions. Generally I'll push the light in one direction and the shadow in the other, and that'll create the gradient. So anyway, let me get started. I'm going to pull this down just a little bit. So I'm going to work in here to start. I'm going to get the entire canvas covered today, I hope. Generally speaking, this technique requires that the first pass be done in a single shot. Everything has to be wet when the last stroke goes down. So I do have to move through this. As the ball gets rolling, I'll start to pick up speed. And I just want to let everybody know, this is probably in the range of maybe my 700th commissioned painting. About 300 illustrations and about 300 portraits. I'd say more than half of them about this size. I'm still nervous standing up here getting ready to paint. It's a funny thing, I was in here, last little thing before I jump in and start painting. I was, the this has been sitting here for about 10 days like this. And I actually came in the other day and started mixing colors because I somehow got it in my head that I would struggle to mix the colors while I was here doing this. And it's kind of silly. I mean, I can look at it and I can see the colors and I can mix them and it's not a problem. But we all get nervous. We all worry that we're not going to be able to deliver. And of course, doing this in front of a live audience, I've done this before, but this just feels different. It's been a while since I've done this on something so big. And so for me, coming in and like that, I had to work my way up to being confident that I could knock this out. So, and that doesn't mean that I'm not gonna struggle with it a little bit today. The beautiful thing is that I'm not afraid of failing. Anything that I do here that doesn't work, I know how to work back into it to get it where I want it to be. And that's one of the nice things about experience, is that you learn that if you fall down, you can pick yourself up. And it doesn't matter how many times you fall down, you're going to keep picking yourself up until you get to where you want to be. And that this painting is going to be managed that way. The hope is to not fall down along the way and just kind of stroll. But if I fall down along the way, I'll probably point it out to you and figure out how to resolve it. And hopefully, if that does happen along the way, I'll be able to explain it to you and it'll give each one of you a little bit more confidence when you're struggling with something that you're not alone. I don't care how many of these you do. I don't care how good you get at this. If you don't treat the painting with the level of respect that it demands as a challenge, an intellectual challenge, it's going to get you. It's going to get you every time. And so I come to this with a great deal of respect for the process. And I'm now going to jump in and start mixing colors and get the painting going. So again, to start, I'm going to knock out this area behind his head. And then I want to stay away from the lighter values. I just want to drop in. It's going to be one color here, probably this darker gold in here, kind of more neutral here. This and this will basically be the same. So I'll start with the darker shade. I just have to figure out, it's a bit of a brownish purple. So I'm going to do some burnt umber and some violet. And again, you're not going to be able to see my palette. The palette doesn't really matter. People worry, like, what colors are you using? What colors? The colors, like if you were doing your own painting, your colors would be different for your painting. So what I'm using here, like even for the flesh tones, everybody gets hung up on what color a flesh tone is. The truth is, there's no answer to that question. The flesh tones are based on the environment. If you take somebody and you put them in a swamp, their flesh tones are going to be green. You put them in a space, say that you put them in a place with a volcano and all kinds of fire around them, their flesh tones are going to be red. Again, overarching red. And so under truly neutral light, you know, one could make an argument for what a flesh tone is, but every painting you do is going to have different environment. This environment has quite a bit of gold in it. It's lit over here, and it appears to have some purple light over here. His skin tones are mostly reds, and there's some Naples yellow and some white in here, but they're very simple. And again, I don't want you to get caught up on what colors are being used, because it really doesn't make a difference. When you paint, you're going to match your own colors against your own reference. And so again, I'm starting, this is very dark, but I know it's going to be thinned down. And I'll test them against the photograph like this, just to get a sense of whether or not it's moving in the right direction. When I think I'm in about the right place, I'm just going to grab some paint. And the paint, I thin it down. The medium that I'm using is linseed oil, and again, it's all Old Holland. They have an alkyd glazing medium that they make. Yeah, so this is my medium. It's a mixture, and it's 5 parts oil, 1 part alkyd. For those of you who don't like solvents, the alkyd does have white spirits in it. And so you could avoid that and simply use the linseed oil. But anyway, I just want to test this. And I'm just looking at how it looks against this. So I'm a little dark here, and this is as it's see-through. Like if to get it to the right value, I'm getting too much in the way of scratchy marks. I want this stuff in the background to be butter smooth. So what I'm going to do, this paint right now is transparent. It's using transparent colors. So I am going to add a little bit of Naples yellow to it, just to make it a bit more opaque. I'm going to leave it there. Let's take a look at that and see how that looks. And again, this is looking a little bit cool to me, but that's a little bit better. I think that's a pretty good match. And again, I could test it against here, or I could take the photograph and rest it here. But that looks pretty good to me. And again, this shade in here is not a distraction. If it were white, it would be a little bit harder to read. This would be almost black against something if this were white. But against this, I get a much better sense of it. And it looks pretty good. I think I could actually go a little bit lighter, just a tiny, tiny little bit lighter. So I'm going to grab just a little bit more Naples yellow, open it up. And then now that I've got that, I'm now just going to fill. And again, I'm going to start just by getting it all filled. And I'm going to go over the edge. There's a line in here for this. I'm going to go over the edge to start. And I'll push it back when I do the gold later on. And again, I'm not putting a lot of paint down, and I will smooth it out afterwards. I'm not going to leave it rough, but I can put it down. If I want to, depending on, so again, I'll talk a little bit about style. If I wanted to make this painting a little bit coarser, meaning not this background not so smooth, I could just leave these brush strokes in. And I'm sure if you look, a lot of studies that you see by artists online, they leave a lot of this type of stuff in the painting. It adds a lot of character. And so you could leave it like that. For what I'm doing here, this painting needs to be quite a bit more refined than that. And I'm going to leave this kind of stuff, I'm going to leave some texture in what's up front to help pull him forward, to separate him from the very soft stuff in the background. And so I don't want the sharper things up here or the texture that I build into the paint up here competing with the stuff back here. So I want to have soft back here so that I can create, without having to make things really coarse, I can give a separation between the coarser figure with the softer background. I can always add texture in later on into the background if I decide that I need more. I can do it in subsequent passes, but it's hard to take out. So I'd rather take it out now and put it back in later if I need, rather than leave it in now and find that I don't want it and then have to overpaint it later on. Okay? So here I'm just making sure I've got enough paint on here. And now I'm just going to grab a soft brush. Just kind of knock this stuff down. And again, all I'm doing, it's just a flat, and it's a very soft synthetic. And I'm just going to smooth this out. And I don't want it to be absolutely smooth. I want it to have some variation in it. But I just don't want the variation to be sharp edged. So just going around and taking all the marks out, making it soft. And again, I can go back in with a fan brush and kind of take out any of the stuff that I don't want. But having a little bit of variation, slightly darker, slightly lighter, represents a bit more how we see. Like even if you close your eyes in a dark room, it's not pitch black. You see things kind of moving around. You see minor sparks of tans and reds and blues. They're kind of like sparkles. And so when we look at things, even something that's absolutely one shade, one color, there's still kind of modulation in it. It's just a matter of how our eye works. So when we paint something, if it's too even, if it's too smooth and too even from one corner to the other, it doesn't look like how we naturally see. So I want to leave a little bit of personality in it. Again, if I decide that I want it hyper smooth later on, that's easy enough for me to do later on. I just lay another pass on top of it that solidifies it and doesn't let anything show through. All these variations are just the thickness of the paint. Okay, so I'm going to drop the gold in, and once I've got the gold, then I'm just going to neutralize this behind him to the degree that I want. So and again, I think I'll probably do the same gold for both of these. They both look like columns, and it strikes me that they should be the same. So I'm going to start with it. I'm just going to use one color for both. I'll adjust later on in my next pass. When I put in my lights, I'll decide how I feel about this being a richer gold. It'll make more sense to me because I'll be able to see it against all the other colors. I can go back to this if I want, but I'm going to start quite a bit richer. And so for the gold, I'm going to do yellow. And obviously, if you look at this, you can see that's way too yellow. You can see there's quite a bit of red in here. Again, remember, I'm not trying necessarily to make gold right now. I'm trying to create a base that I can build gold from. And a lot of these things, even though I could make a shadow and a light, some of these things don't require that. I can easily adjust and create a shadow and a light later on. So here, I'm a bit over the top with the color. I think I need to add a little bit of violet to it, and that should probably push it to where it needs to be. The violet that I'm working with, for those of you in Evolve or at the Academy, is actually one of our glazing colors. I got lazy. I didn't want to mix a violet for the demo. I figured I would just use this. So again, remember, I'm not looking for gold. I'm looking for a base I'll be able to build gold on. And for those of you, and again, who are looking for color information, gold is not yellow. Gold, when you make it, the shadows tend to be a combination of yellow with violet, and it looks almost brown. And then you build more and more yellow into it as you get lighter. So this is looking pretty good. I'll be able to push my shadows a little bit darker and add a little bit more yellow into this to build up lights in my next pass, and that'll give me the columns. So, and you can see, like, this is not a big difference, right? You see them here, the really warm yellows in here, or the golds as we see them, jump out against us a lot more. I'm looking for more of this stuff in here. And again, I know I'm going to build my lights up in the next pass. So from this first pass, I only want to get lighter in my lights. So I want all of my lights to be darker, to be the darkest version of the light I can possibly find. That way, when I build out my lights, I am only going lighter. I don't have to make darker versions of the light. So this will only be lighter, more colorful golds in the next pass. This will hold the place of all of the middle ground between the shadow and the light. And then I can glaze in slightly darker values, probably like this, on top of this to explain the darker recesses, right? Because this recess in here and here, they're probably this shade. So I'll be able to use basically something like that to then drop in those darker marks in the last pass. Again, one of the things with this technique is that I have to know where I'm going with it right from the beginning, because obviously this color doesn't look like the right color for gold. So I have to know what my intent is, not just in this first pass, but in the second and the third pass as well. And again, experience, very big part of that. What it looks like on the palette and what it looks like on the canvas are not necessarily the same also. As I start doing this, you can see through it. And so being able to see through it changes it as well. And again, I'm pushing in just a little bit into the shape of the head, not a lot. When I paint in the head, I'm going to push that out into the background, just because it's easier, for me, it's easier to push the background back in. There's less information in it, it's less detailed. So it's easier for me to push the background back in to define the shape of the head, rather than put in all the details of the head to define its outer edges. And again, it's another thing. It'll make sense. It'll make sense when I'm doing it, and I'll explain it. I'll explain it better at that time. And again, for those of you who already are familiar with this technique, obviously if I bury a line, or if you're working and you bury a line and you feel like you need it, you just kind of scrub back down to it, right? Like I'm losing lines in here. I can recapture them later on. It's not going to be a big deal. So I've now got these things filled. I'm now going to take the edges out in between them. Or actually, I'm going to flatten out my gold first, then I'll take out the edges in between. If I feel that this edge, that these values are too far apart and they're too hard to grade, and I'll know immediately when I try, I'll just create a mixture in between these two shades and lay it down in the middle, and that'll take the edge away. So here, again, so this paint is a bit more opaque. It's covering a lot nicer. And again, you can see still some variation in here. I'm staying away from the edge right now. I don't want to drag this into this. I want to try to keep it clean. But I do want to even the paint out to a degree. Again, this doesn't require a lot. Where this is flat, this isn't. You've got all these flutes in the column. And so this is going to be broken up. Even if I make this smooth, it's going to be broken up later on. I'm kind of cutting back down into this because I got all of these beautifully rendered lines that I'll be able to paint into, and I won't have to worry about managing straight up and down all these parallels. So I'm scrubbing back down to this so I can see some of those lines. I'm going to do the same over here. And I'm looking for places where I can get away with it. It's a little bit lighter out here. So I'm just going to get back down to the canvas a little bit there. Just lifting some paint. Do the same in here. Kind of push this up to the top. Get a little bit down in here. Again, this is just going to be more yellow down here. But I just want to be able to see the lines a little bit. Even if I can only make out a tiny little bit, it'll give me the space. It'll give me the spacing on them for later on. And all I'm doing is pushing the paint around. The medium that I'm using is going to give me about 3 hours to work before it really gums up. So I do have time to play around. I'm not going to, obviously there are parts of this is going to be set before I finish probably. So I want to make sure I'm working from one end to another so that these things are finished while I'm working on these. I don't want to have to come back here later on. These edges, if I try to do the face last, these edges are going to become almost impossible to work with. It's going to be like painting into glue. So, but again here, I'm just trying to make sure I can see some of those lines. Don't need all of them. Kind of wipe back down, and now I'll go in and take out any of those marks. Try to soften it. So I'm just going to play around up in here to see if this blends nicely. I think it will. I don't think I need to put anything in between. And all I'm going to do is kind of crisscross over the edge. I'm going to start there. So that's actually blending pretty nice. I'm going to extend it a little bit. And again, I'm basically just zigzagging back and forth. That's what I'm looking for. Again, I'm going to smooth it out even further as I go. Like I said, I want this to feel like cotton candy. I don't want details. I don't want sharp edges. And so I'm just going to push this around. And again, I want to get back down. You can see this edge is getting a little bit dark, so I'm going to have to lift some of that as I go. I want to make sure that there's these nice even transitions. I don't mind some of these darker shades kind of creeping in here because I'm going to build my lights on top of this. I'm going to be able to make changes to this as I go in subsequent passes. Again, if I need to, I get a little bit more aggressive. Again, I can allow the canvas to peek through. Again, I'm going to build this up. This is not a finished pass. This is just establishing relationships. So, good. I want to take out this slightly darker area in here, so I just want to kind of knock that down and make sure that it's good. Same over here. And all I'm doing is zigzagging the brush back and forth. And so it immediately puts this out of focus. I'm going to actually drop a little bit of this purple down in here. Again, I'm not careless with this pass, but I don't have to be overly careful. I'm thoughtful as I'm working, but I'm not sweating what's going on here. None of these are final edges. If I could establish final edges if I wanted to, but it's easier to just let this be. And in the next pass, I could grab this shade and make a single mark and on either side of this, and all of a sudden that becomes solidified back into that shape. So I can let it be soft here. So now I'm just going to grab a fan brush, and I'm just going to go over this and make sure everything here that I've taken out my brush strokes. For those of you who have seen paintings that I've done, my originals do not have brush strokes in them. There are no loose threads. There's no explanation in the final painting of how it was made. You know, it's not like a sweater with one loose thread that you can pull on it and unravel how it was made, see the patterning. My paintings don't give clues to how they were created once they're done. And it's funny, like I've gone back and I've looked at paintings that I've done over the years, and I've tried to think, I can't remember how it is that I did something. And even in my own work, I can't recall how something was done. You know, and I'm not talking about a painting I did last week, but if I did one, say, 2 years ago, I don't remember how I did something, and I'm looking to do something like it, and I'm trying to remember how it was done. The painting itself doesn't help. It doesn't even help me. I just look at it, and I might like the thing, but I can't remember how it is that I did it, and the painting doesn't give me clues because I'm not just removing these marks for viewers who don't know. I'm removing them. All of the loose threads are gone. So there's no explanation. The painting, the idea of the painting is that it doesn't look like a collection of ideas, a collection of marks. It looks like it was birthed as a single finished work. And that's, for me, though I really appreciate the other approach in other people's art, that's not me as a creative. I've tried to leave that stuff behind, and it always becomes a struggle. It always becomes a struggle. I think Rembrandt said that there's no need to blend when you work, because if you work long enough, the painting blends itself. And that's me. I can't stop myself while the painting still has hints of how it was created. And it's a personality thing. I've done paintings where I've not allowed myself to go in and clean them up, and I like the paintings, but it was a fist fight internally for me to be able to control the impulse to do more work. And in a lot of ways, I found the painting process less enjoyable because I wasn't just being me. You know, so they say, like, where does style come from? Style comes from doing what is natural to you. I didn't pick a style, I just paint. What I paint is the style that I paint in. And I don't ever think about style. I just paint. I do what feels right. Anyway, so you can see everything's very, very soft. And I go around and I'm careful to make sure that I'm not leaving anything in that I would have to fight to take out later on. I don't mind a few strokes in here. I want some variation, but I don't want to find myself fighting to get rid of something later. So from here, I'm actually going to jump in. I'm going to do the face. I'm liking this. You can see this is very, very colorful. You're never going to hear anybody complain that a painting has too much color. And as long as everything is colorful, everything will feel balanced. If I dropped in something gray here, this would look completely over the top. Like if I painted in something gray. So even his face is going to have quite a bit of color in it. And again, as I build in the direction of my lights, as I get lighter, I'm going to be taking some of the color away. This is my middle ground. These are my values, my 4, 5, and 6. As I get to my 3s, 2s, 1s, there's going to be more and more white or Naples yellow in it, most likely. And so when I put those two colors in to elevate the value, it's going to strip away color. So, and as I get darker, you start getting darker, then this is hard to maintain the impression of color, right? And so as I get darker from the 4, 5, and 6, there's going to be less color. And as I get lighter, there's going to be less color. This is really where the impactful colors are happening, in the place where the lights meet the shadows. So I want to stay as bright and as colorful as I can. And so like I said, now I'm going to get in. I'm going to get the face and then I'll do the hair. Actually, no, I'm going to do the hair first. The hair actually has quite a bit of gray in it. And I think I'm going to work with a transparent on this. I'm going to use, well, actually, Old Holland's version of Payne's Gray, actually I believe is an opaque or a semi-opaque. Again, so normally our palette, which we'll list our palette for you, so that you know what colors we're working with here. These are our typical colors. Normally we use titanium white. We don't like people using toxic material, but this is lead white or Kremitz white. It's not as impactful. Titanium white is more opaque and tends to strip color away. And so at the very least on my first pass, I prefer lead white. I mean, I prefer lead white through the process because it doesn't have as high a tinting strength as titanium white. But again, if you have kids, you don't want this stuff in your house, it's lead. If you are not neat, you don't want to work with this paint. You want to work with things like everything else on our palette. I always tell people you could eat it. You don't want to. This is a disclaimer. Do not eat your paint. But you could eat it and it would not kill you. You know, like lead white has lead in it. The heavy metals, cadmiums, which we don't use, they're toxic as well. But the paint that we use, we make sure that everything is safe. People think because it's oil paint that it's unhealthy, that it's toxic. But actually acrylic paint, you eat acrylic paint, that will kill you. Oil paint, not so bad. And so again, I'm now looking here. So I've got a gray, and I'm looking at the gray in his hair up in here. In this environment, I now have to make a decision as to whether or not, so this gray is very blue. And that's going to be more in the direction that his hair would be under natural lighting. But I have to take a look at the image and decide, is the image leaning warm? Is it leaning cool? Cool would be a blue. Warm would be more of a green. And a gray, and I say green, it's a greenish gray. And all that is that the gray is warm. So for the sake of what I'm doing here, I'm actually going to keep this cool. And the reason that I'm going to keep it cool is that I can always glaze it warm later on. Glazes basically run warm. It's the nature of them. You can create a cooler glaze, but it's not an easy thing to do. There are very few colors that'll yield a cool glaze. And it's just that the nature of the oil is warm. The oil has a bit of a yellow tint to it, so it does affect the paint. So for now, I'm actually going to grab just a little bit of Naples yellow. I'm going to warm this up just a little so it's not quite so blue. Right, and so all I'm doing is I'm using white or Naples yellow to make it lighter. The white is going to make it cooler, make it look more blue. The Naples yellow, being a brown, is going to make it a little bit greener. And I'm not looking for any, it's not a drastic change, it's very subtle. And I know that later on I'll come back in and I'll glaze it to make it fit the painting properly. In fact, I actually grabbed some of the gold and dropped that in. No, I'm just going to lay this down. And this is it's still a little bit light. Get a little darker. And again, I'm trying to make sure the values are close. I don't want to have drastic jumps between this and this. I want to keep the values fairly close. And you can see I'm taking a little bit more care as I'm laying this down. I am going to push this edge out, but I want to start by defining it a little bit tightly. And again, I could leave this. I could just soften this and keep the edges, kind of make the edge just a little bit soft instead of blowing it out. But the way that I like going about these paintings is to really take the edges down. Part of what it does is it allows me to make decisions later on where if I'm locked into a hard edge already, my options become limited, very often limited to just sticking with what I have. If I blow out the edge, I can then make later decisions and completely alter the painting based on what I think looks best. And even though I'm working off of a photograph, as I get further into the painting, I get further and further away from trying to match what's here. The beginning of it, I'm trying to lay down the colors. I'm using this as a point of departure. It's a launch pad for the painting, but the goal of the painting is not to match the photograph. We already have a photograph. We don't need that. The goal of the painting is to be better than the photograph. And that means that I have to be able to impart my opinion in the places where I believe I can make the painting better, more interesting, more dynamic. And again, that again comes down to style. It comes down to our personal feelings about what we like when we make art. And as an artist, those opinions matter. When somebody hires you to do a painting based on what they've seen you do, they're hiring you because they like your opinions about art making, right? They like what you choose to do in your own work. So when you make a painting, you want to make sure that you're not just you're not a copy machine. You want to make sure that you're making a painting that is you, that expresses you. You don't force a style. Your style will come naturally once you're educated and you know what you're doing. You'll be able to get the effects that you want. You'll know where you want something sharp or soft or cooler or warmer or whatever it is that you want, to leave brush strokes or not leave brush strokes. That comes in time as you develop your skills. But for me, this technique is going to allow me to make all kinds of decisions right up to the last few strokes of the painting. I'm not going to be locked into anything along the way. And that's important for me. And part of that is just that I don't always know where I want something to go early on. Sometimes I really am making major decisions about the feel of the piece further down the road, right? Everything is related to everything else. So I could paint in this head, but until the rest of this painting is in and I step back 15 feet to look at it, I don't know how this head looks relative to the rest of the space, the environment that it's in. And so, though I could match what's here as general color and value, I really won't be able to formulate an opinion until at the end of the second pass. That's really where I'm going to now decide, where do I want my sharp edges and how sharp do I want them? Do I want to change the temperatures of the colors or the values of things? I lean a little bit light so I have room to glaze everything in that direction. And so, again, the first two passes really set the stage for me to then impart my opinion about where I want the painting to end. And again, even here, there's a lot of white in here. I'm not going to go that light. And even though you see me putting in, I'm paying attention to the shape of the hair. These edges are all going to get blown out when I'm done. I'm just not looking to, I'm not looking to encroach on the face. I want to let the skin tone push out into the hair, and I'm going to control how much the hair pushes out into the background. And so that's why I'm starting it the way that I am. So just kind of establishing these shapes. So I'm going to use this brush rather than going to a bigger brush, and I'm just going to nudge this edge together. I do the same on this side. And again, part of what this does is it incorporates some of the gold into the hair, some of the hair into the background. And so even when I establish this as a sharp edge later on, the hair feels like it's in this space, because some of this is in the hair. And even as I cover it, there are going to be areas that will potentially peek through. Maybe nothing here, but a little over here. And that little bit helps to marry the figure to the space that they're in. If I treat the figure as its own thing and don't allow any kind of cross-contamination, the figure will feel potentially like a cutout. Or I'm going to have to put a lot more work into getting the figure to feel like it's in this space. Again, like as I was making these grays, I added a little bit of this color into the gray. I made that decision along the way. And I'm even seeing it like in here. I could take this color and I could actually drop this in here. It actually is there. So I'm taking that background color and dropping it in. It's kind of up in here as well. Right? And I'm like, as I'm looking at it, I'm seeing more and more of it. It's kind of bothering me that it's not there. So I'm just dropping it in. Right? And I can actually really kind of take this and kind of go around the edge here. Get some of just and again, I say this over and over, I'm sure, while I'm doing this. There is no one size fits all. I don't know exactly what's going to happen every time I put paint up here. I am interacting with the painting, making adjustments as I go. I drop those warms in because now that I'm filling it in, they're screaming at me. And so they need to be in there. And so I put them in. Just because I wasn't originally going to do that doesn't mean I don't do it when I decide that I think it's necessary, right? So I'm going to leave that for now. I'm going to get the face laid in, and then I'll work out the rest. I'll work the head into the background and then move down from there. So for the head, I'm going to just create this side and this side. So I'm going to be working in like this color here, and then I'm going to create something like this. Or something like in here. So it's not going to be very light. It's going to be a fairly dark head. And again, the value of the head is going to be similar to this. Because all of the lights, all of these bright lights in here are going to be laid in on top. So the shadowed side of the face, as it were, has a lot of gray and violet in it. And it's quite cool. And again, I don't want it to read like purple. I don't want it to be violet. I can glaze violet into it later on if I decide that it needs to be brought up and made more violet. But for now, I want to create something that has a little bit of violet in it, but that's a little bit more neutral. Again, I can easily glaze that color in. And again, I'm looking at how this compares. Like, I'm looking at how these things might marry. So these match in value. This is a value jump. I want to look here. Are my shadows in here dark enough that I could use a value that's this dark compared to that gold? And I'm feeling like this needs to be lighter. It needs to be more in line with this than with this. So just make it a little bit lighter. So I'm looking at, I'm already establishing relationships between one thing and another. I'm not just painting the face or mixing a color for the face. I'm looking at how this relates to the two things that are already down, right? And I'm in no rush. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in no rush. I'm going to take my time. I don't want to put the wrong color value on the painting when I could easily take the time and make the adjustments here. So this is looking pretty good to me. The value is very similar. The color is dramatically different, but the color is similar. I'm now going to just nudge this to get the color a little bit closer to what I'm seeing in the photo. I'm going to use a little bit of brown, burnt umber. That should help to neutralize it. And I've chosen burnt umber because the Payne's gray with the violet is just a little bit too cool. The burnt umber is basically going to do the same thing. And you can see the value, not much different. It's a little bit darker, not much. Grab a little bit more white, just open it up just a little. And remember, like when I put it down on the canvas, I'm going to thin it out. So being that it's darker than the tone of the canvas, some of the canvas showing through it is going to make it lighter. But I think that's pretty good. And again, when I start putting it down, if it doesn't look right, I'll stop and I'll adjust it. No problem with that. And again, you'll see, like for me, I'm not cleaning my brush. I got some extra oil in the brush and whatever was on it, I'm not really so concerned. Again, this is a first pass. These allowing one thing to kind of contaminate another is okay to a degree because it helps to marry one thing to another in the painting, right? If I have a little bit of this in this, and you can see it, it connects those golds to the face. They may look right, they may look wrong, but in the second pass, if I don't like them, I take them out, and if I do like them, I leave them in. Right, so here, all right, and so here, being thoughtful of the shapes as I put this down. I said, if anybody has any questions along the way, happy to answer them if I can. Now again, you'll see I've got a shadow in here and I've got a lot of light back in here. So this is going to be a big jump in here because I'm not putting those whites or those really light values in. And again, so from the standpoint, this is where like experience comes in. Like I know what I'm going to do next. So I can do that knowing that it doesn't look right. I know how I'm going to be moving the painting forward So it's okay for me to have this very dark value here. But you see how it kind of lines up with the background. Again, I'm trying to stay in a very limited value range. I don't want to exhaust everything from value 1 to value 10. I want to keep everything in a limited value so that I have room to get darker and lighter. And like the face might have 4 values lighter where the background might only go 1 value lighter. I don't have to push everything the same. But if everything starts out kind of mushed together on one plane, by adding stronger lights, I can pull some things forward, and having only subtle lights added, I leave other things in the background. And so it gives me a little bit of room to play with very limited tools. I don't need to do a lot. I don't have to worry about too many things in the attempt to get depth and to create form. A lot of that's going to happen. A lot of that is going to happen just by adding in the next string of values. All right, and again, this is not going to be perfect. Let's push this up into here. And there are going to be a bunch of colors that are not in here. There's like reds and stuff in here. I'm just going to be bumping this purple, I think, up against a red, and then there'll be none of the stronger lights in here. I'm even going to drop an eyebrow in here. I'm going to leave. And again, just making decisions about where I want things to be. As I put my lights in, I may change some of these things. Right, and so even with this brush, kind of flattening everything out. And it's funny that even though I'm being particular about where I'm putting this, when I put my lights in, I'm going to wind up obscuring these shapes anyway. It's not really going to, these are not going to hold. I'm actually going to drop a little bit of this up in here. And again, I'm just trying to marry all of this as I go. Right, I don't want to have to invent this darker value in here later on with nothing underpinning it. And it kind of falls in line with this color and value. So establishing it early, just kind of dropping it in there, it gets the color into the hair, which now makes the hair feel more like it's connected to the head. Otherwise, I run the risk of the hair feeling like it's not part of him. Good, and I've got the warms up in here, which connect to the background. So these warms connect to the background. These cools, or purples, connect to the side of the face over here. And I think I'm good to go now on laying in the lights. And again, the lights are going to be very, very dark relative to what's here. And so I'm looking for something like in here on the nose, right? The right side of the nose, not the shadow, but just to the left of my thumb. So it's not going to be a very, very colorful red, but it'll hold a place that I'll be able to then just work my lighter values into it later on, and I shouldn't have to touch it again. It'll transition into these purplish or violet shadows beautifully. And so I'm going to mix a value that's just a tiny, tiny bit lighter than the purple. And that way they blend. So when we're trying to blend these things, I'll just give you an idea. So values blend with values. If you have two things that are like a red and a green, so they're on opposite ends of the color spectrum, but if you have a red that's a value 5 and a green that's a value 5, and the red and green have about the same chroma, meaning you don't have like an electric green and a subdued red. But if you have two very colorful, very high chroma colors, a green and a red, but they're both value 5, there's a peer match there. The value connects them, and you can put them side by side and blend the edge because they're the same value. Where if you had a value 7 red and a value 4 green, they'd be impossible to marry. Now, on the other side of it, if you have two reds, one that's a 4 and one that's an 8, the red makes them peers. So you could have a red to red of varying values that are easy to grade, to create a gradient, or you could have significantly different colors, even complements, but if they are the same value, they will marry, right? And the idea is that if you have something extremely colorful, like on one side of the color spectrum, and something that's very subdued, it's a little bit more difficult even if they're the same value. But if you're dealing in two subdued or two high chroma colors, and they are, no matter where they are on the spectrum, if the values are the same, peer to peer, they're going to blend pretty easily. The idea is we don't want to have things on opposite ends of the spectrum or colors that are not that similar and also have drastic value shifts. So here, even though the violet and the red are, they're not on opposite sides of the color spectrum, I want to make sure the values are similar enough that I am not fighting to get them to marry. So like this is arguably a blue against an orange. It's not going to marry well. It's not going to make a nice gradient unless the values match. If the values match, that edge is going to dissolve beautifully. And you'll see it when I go in with a fan brush and I knock this down. Edge is going to disappear. And you're just going to get this beautiful transition from a warm orange grade into a cool gray. But again, what we're looking for when we do this is peer-to-peer relationship in color or value.
Kevin, just so you know, we've been having some low audio issues, so just a reminder to speak up as best we can.
Thank you.
Probably a bandwidth issue for a lot of people, but
right.
We'll do what we can.
So I've mixed two reds. I've mixed our English red. Is it English red?
Yep.
Yeah, English red with our Chev red. I've got way too much paint here for what I'm doing. I'm going to kind of pull this off to the side. And I'm using Naples yellow to lighten it. And again, I'm watching it relative to this. I want to make sure that I'm not getting too far away. Again, these colors are not so far apart on the color wheel. Violets and reds, they're not so far apart. But I don't want to have completely different colors and big value jumps, at least not where they touch. And I may even do two values in the lights. Maybe have one here and then one out here. And again, you can see this is very pink right now. I'm going to add a little bit of burnt umber into it, just to take a little bit of the pink out. Darkens it just a little bit. Still feel like it's a little bit. It's fairly neutral. I get a little bit more. Of this in here. And I think that'll be good. And again, I can test it against this. You can see it's not a big value jump. It's not drastic, and they're both fairly neutral. They're colorful, but they're not really high chroma. So I think this is a good place to start. Just kind of look at this. Yes, this will be good. So again, this is a little bit, I have to say it's a little bit more colorful than I want the final piece to be, but it's a good transition because I'm going to be adding in much lighter values later on. This is going to be, it's only going to hold a small space in the final painting. So those hits of color, not a bad thing to have them in a couple of spaces in the painting. Again, it's great in the transitions between shadows and lights. Just want to get some of this violet out of the brush. Good, and you can see when I put the medium in it, it kind of changes color a little bit. I've got a little violet in the brush. So as I'm doing this, I may make an adjustment to it. Let's see what it looks like in here. I'm going to warm it up just a little bit. I'm going to make it a little bit darker also. It's a little too pink and a little too cool for me at the moment.
Kevin, can you explain what medium you're using to thin this paint down?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but what I've got here is a mixture of linseed oil, and it's an alkyd glazing medium. And they're both Old Holland, so basically this one is something they put together for us. It's now available on the market. I think the Italian art store sells it. I think they're the only ones selling it right now. Old Holland has only recently started producing it again. They made it many, many years ago, but it's a great glazing medium. Also, if you mix it in with your oil, it's 5 parts oil, 1 part alkyd, and what it'll do is it'll make your painting dry overnight, bone dry, so you can work the next day. But it also, unlike the linseed oil, it will start to get your painting to tack up after a few hours. And so when you're working, especially these kinds of techniques, getting the paint to not just be slippery the whole time you work is a good thing. You want the paint to start to get a little bit sticky as you go, because it allows you much more versatility in the kind of strokes you put down and how the paint plays, building up one thing on top of another in a single pass. Like, I could come back to this later on and put in marks that I can only get when the painting is in that sticky stage. And so this medium will give that to you. Again, it's 5 parts oil, 1 part alkyd. If you want the paint to dry faster, you put a little bit more alkyd in it. But basically, the linseed oil the paint will stay wet for our duration to work. And then the alkyd will make sure that after we're done working at the end of the night, when we get up the next morning, the painting will be dry for us. Yeah, so that looks good to me. That looks like a much better color for the transition in here. And again, I'm looking at this edge. I'm looking here, right? I'm not worried about this out here. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this. Even in here, this is really, it kind of rolls over, but in here you see these hits of these kind of ruddy, reddish browns. So let's take that out of there. So I'm not going to put a lot. I've decided I'm going to put down this, and then I'm going to do another value next to it. I'm going to open this up. And again, just as I'm working here, this painting, it just feels like it's asking for that. So that's what I'm going to do. Just kind of following the painting where it leads me to a degree. And again, none of these marks, as specific as they might seem, none of them are staying in the final painting on this stage. They will all be wiped out along the way. And this is just going to it's going to function as a bit of a barrier between these shadows and these much lighter values. So here, I don't have a pure color match, but value-wise, they're very similar. The color I'm going to put here will not be a color, it won't be a value match, but it'll be a color match. So I'm going to be able to get them, to play nicely because I'm doing close values here, close colors here. Right, and you can see I just created a buffer between my shadow and what will be my light. Some areas you can see I'm making thicker, and some areas are a little bit thinner as I put this down. And I know that when I blend this stuff out, I'm going to lose the thicker or thinner the line, the more ground each of these things will take up. So I don't want to have thick areas like this in places like this or this, because I don't want it to take up that much space. Trying to be thoughtful about what this will look like when I blend it. And again, you can see I'm in no rush. I can't stress that enough. I am in no rush while I'm doing this. I'm putting this stuff down, and I'm just kind of waiting for it to tell me when it's ready to be moved to the next stage. So here, rather than just leave these hard edges, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to overlap. I have this brownish color or reddish color on my brush, and I'm just kind of knocking the edges down, overlapping into the violet. That way I don't have to do so much blending afterwards. I'm going to let this already start to create the beginnings of those gradients. And again, remember, like some of the stuff is going to wipe out the violet. Some of the violet will darken some of this red, but that's okay. This is all just a starting point for the painting. All of this stuff is going to be overworked later on. I'm just looking in here. I'm not concerned with the color of the eye. I'm just looking for where these values are going to sit. And so here, I'm basically getting this value in where the lips are. And as I get into this, I'll scrub back down a little bit to the canvas to pull out some of the details that are being buried right now. This is the edge of the face. I'm just looking for, I'm using this to find landmarks. I want the ear. The ear is right here.
Just remember to speak up a bit louder.
Okay. Get a little bit of this. Again, just trying to transition from here, into that lighter value. And again, just take the edge down. Again, none of these edges are going to be in here later on. I'm not trying to make a precise painting right now. Just trying to get an overall sense of what's going on in here. I'm even going to drop a little bit of this on this side of the hair. So now I'm just going to, I want to make sure all of my edges are, just at least that I'm starting to get those edges knocked down. They're all going to be soft when I'm done. I am not trying to hold on to where an eye was or where a nose was. This stuff's all going to wind up a blur. So I'm not worried about maintaining. Right now I'm trying to just make sure that all of my edges, that I don't have any excess paint on here, and then all of the edges that I've started the gradients, the process of making gradients here. All right, everything is fairly soft, so now when I go in with a fan brush later on, I'll be able to really just knock these things down with very little effort. So the next thing for me is I'm going to now mix another color for somewhere out in here. It's not going to be, it's just going to be a little bit more probably Naples yellow into this red. Bearing in mind, I am not trying to make the light as what the final value would be. All I'm trying to do is create something that'll function as the darkest shades in here. So I'm looking in the creases in here, just trying to get a sense of that. And so you can see this. It's a bit of a value jump, but it's made from the same color. All I did was add Naples yellow to it. So the Naples yellow is going to strip away some of the color. It's just the nature of it, same as white. And again, bear in mind that this goes down, it's going to be very colorful. And even though it kind of looks like a flesh tone, it's a little bit over the top. It requires a lot to be done with it to make it function as flesh. It's really kind of like a plasticky color right now. It would definitely not work by itself. It's going to require quite a bit of playing around with like the gradients will help. And then when I build in my lights, that's going to be critical to getting this to feel like skin. The glazing is going to help quite a bit also. When I glaze, I'll be able to break this color up and add variations into it. And even as I'm doing this, like every once in a while I get like a little blob of paint come off the brush. I don't want that. Don't want to accidentally have some massive blob of paint on here, because when I start doing my gradients, when I start blending all of these edges, it's going to make a mess of one area. I want to make sure that all the paint is about even as it goes down. Right. And you can see, I mean, the drawing is completely obscured. But we've got a pretty solid sense of the head. And I'm not stuck with anything. There's nothing here that's finished or that comes even remotely close. And that being the case, I will be able to play with this to my heart's content as I move into the process. So if you were doing this from direct observation, this is what it would look like. This is basically where you would now start to, you would turn the form by getting your gradients in, and then you would start establishing darker shadows to explain things that kind of recess, and then you would start building up some lights to explain, you know, some of the like pulling the nose forward and some of the folds under the eyes. So,
got a question about the canvas preparation.
Yes.
From Joseph Alexander.
Yes.
So just from stretching the canvas, what was your whole process all the way up through to where you began before this?
So the process of stretching the canvas is a bit complex. So first of all, I highly recommend staying away from store-bought stretched canvas. Your canvas should sound like a snare drum. Okay? When you buy them in the store, you know they're floppy. And I don't care how much you key out those corners, they're still going to be floppy. Canvas is arguably one of the lesser materials to work on. I'm saying canvas, but linen and the reason is that it's expansion and contraction. And the canvas, if in a dry space the stretcher tightens up and the canvas kind of sags, and then if you get humidity, it opens up again. And that causes microfractures in the surface of the painting. And so if you've seen paintings in museums that aren't tight on their stretchers, because it happens, you can see the little sway. And in those sways, when the painting kind of flexes back, it squeezes up the surface of the painting. And then when the painting is pulled tight again, when the humidity goes up again, The painting then comes back like this, but in the pressure going in this direction cracks the surface, and then it opens up, and you wind up with these like eggshell fractures. The constant expansion and contraction does that. So it will, at the very least, if you're going to work on linen, you want to start with a surface that's really tight, that doesn't have any play in it. And what I'll do is like, so I stretch this, and it's still tight. After this first pass, it's going to loosen up because I've been kind of pushing on it. I will key it opened after the second pass because this paint is going to stay wet. Even though it's dry, it's not really dry, probably for a few months. I will open up the canvas and pull it tight as a drum before I start glazing, and then I'll make sure that it kind of stays that way.
Where do we get good canvases?
So I recommend Clausen. Clausen makes an incredible linen. For fine work, they have a quadruple primed linen. That's a bit expensive, but you can find double primed, not single primed, double primed. I think it's number 13. It's number 12 or number 13 is the number. So it's like DP 13. But Clausen, it's CLAESSEN, I believe. But if you look it up online, you'll find it. And I recommend, that's a really, really wonderful linen to work on. It's not absolutely smooth. It has a very natural look to it. It's fine, but it has tiny little knots in it, and it adds a bit of character to the painting. So that's what I would recommend. And we can put information about stretchers and linen. We're going to be working on this for the next couple of weeks. We can add that information in, possibly even some links, so you'll have an idea of where to go look to find this stuff. But anyway, stretching the canvas, in order to stretch it properly, you want to stretch it so that you're not pulling. You think about the weave of the canvas. There's a bunch of threads going this way and a bunch of threads going this way. And if I staple it on one side and then I go to the other and I crank it, I potentially pull those threads in kind of one way or another. So if I can get this side and this side anchored while everything is straight, when I pull from the top, now I potentially warp those threads in this direction. So what I want to do is I want to stretch the canvas so that I'm just making it snug but not tight. And I want to staple it maybe every 3 to 4 inches around. So I'll do here and here, then here and here. I think they call it a kite pull. So you're doing you're doing centers. And then what that does is it makes it snug in between. So from between the staples, everything will be snug. Everything on the outsides will be loose. You then move out 3 or 4 inches, staple here, and then do the same on the other side, then up top and on the bottom. And you do it just so that you get the canvas kind of anchored in place. Then what you do is you go back and you start in the middle, pull the staple, the center one and the one on each side, and then you crank it tight. And what's going to happen is it's already anchored here and here and here. So when you pull this, you're only going to get a little bit of play. You're only talking about maybe getting a centimeter of movement, but that's going to pull the canvas tight. And then in the place of the staple that was 3 inches apart, you're going to put 3 staples. Okay? And that is going to anchor you on that side, and then you do the opposite, and then you do the same, and you work your way out to the outsides. That's actually the best way to stretch. I saw a great exercise. An artist said that when you stretch a canvas, the best way to practice it is you get a small stretcher and get a checkerboard tablecloth, and then stretch it and try to keep all of the lines straight. That will show you how to stretch a canvas, but you have to double stretch it. Stretching at one time, you're going to wind up all over the place. You got to stretch it and make it just a little bit snug, doing like staples every 3 inches. That way you anchor the canvas in place, and then you start pulling from the center and really kind of leaning on the stretcher, on the pliers as you stretch. And you'll see, as you're doing it, you'll get a sense of how much those lines start to wobble. The idea is you don't want them wobbling. This, the canvas is made up of all these fibers running in 2 directions. And you don't want to damage the integrity of them by pulling them in all kinds of directions. Remember, even what's sitting on top of it, rabbit skin glue, gesso or oil primer or lead primer, that stuff it's not, it's sitting on the surface of the canvas and there's a mechanical bond. But if you start playing with the integrity of the canvas itself by stretching it in all these kind of, creating these waves in it, you start breaking the mechanical bond between the canvas and what's sitting on top of it. And then you have to worry about the painting delaminating, or there's all kinds of issues that kind of come along with that. If it pulls loose underneath, you don't even see it. Just a little bit of play where the canvases no longer line up, you can wind up with problems in one place where the painting will crack, but it doesn't in others. So you want to, when you stretch, there's a way of doing it. And I basically just described to you, but the best way to play around with it, get it to a piece of fabric that you can stretch that is a checkerboard. And the idea is you want to make sure the checkerboard stays a checkerboard, that it doesn't become this kind of winding roads. That'll give you an idea, but always double stretch, snug to start, then pull from the center and crank from there. And you'll be able to manage and maintain the integrity of that checkerboard if you do it that way. I hope that answers the question. Okay, so here I'm just knocking down some of these edges, making sure I don't have any blobs of paint that I didn't intend. And again, remember, this is not a mouth. This is just a dark shade that will eventually help me to establish those darker values in there. Very important, like when you're doing this, these things at this point, they're just landmarks and placeholders. I didn't paint an eyebrow yet. This is not an eyebrow. It's just a placeholder, and it is going to get knocked down like everything else. I don't treat it with any more care or respect than any other edge. Like, you know, people will go like, oh, the eye, I've got to make sure the eye doesn't get covered. So they'll put thin paint, or they'll try to explain the eye. The eye's completely buried here. The eye's completely buried here. I'm not worried about the color of the eyes. The teeth are gone. The nostrils gone. None of that matters. I can scrub back down if I want to pull those things out, and I'm going to do that as I get this worked up so that you can see when I go in and I paint the eye, you'll see what I'm working on. But all of these edges, even the outer edge, I have a line under here somewhere. I can find it again, but even if I can't find the line, if I take my time, I can figure out where it goes. It's just a matter of, like, if I don't think about the whole face, but I just think about this edge, I can figure out where it goes if I take my time, if I'm really careful. So even though there are lines, it's okay to let them disappear. It's okay for them to completely go away. Losing lines when we have them more attacks our confidence than anything else. It doesn't affect our ability. But if, you know, when we have lines and then we lose them, we feel like we needed them the whole time. If you don't have a line drawing and you just start by painting, you'll find that you're probably a better painter without lines than you are with lines, because you have to be more engaged and you're not locked into what a line's telling you. Again, like I can tell you, years ago when I was an illustrator, I never painted from direct observation. And when I was working on an illustration, if I lost a line on a face, like an eye, I would have to like compose myself before I went back into work, because I was so afraid that I didn't have the skill to get the eye back. And I've learned over time that that's the thing that makes it hard. But if you can walk into it and be confident that even if you have to do it 3 or 4 times, you'll get it in the end, then it doesn't really matter. And that pressure being taken off of you makes it easier to get it on the first shot. Yeah.
Earlier you mentioned scrubbing back down. What
Yes.
do you mean by that?
I'll when I'm doing it, I'll explain it. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the brush and I'm going to scrub like this, and I'm going to lift paint. So some of the paint will come off and it'll expose the drawing underneath. I'm not going to do it until I blend all of this out, but I'm going to pull the nose and the mouth. I'm going to thin this paint down quite a bit when I get in later on. I just want to make sure I've got general placement for where I want these darker and lighter values. So I just want to make sure that I'm maintaining the darker and lighter shades. Like I want this in here and it's below the eye, so it's in here somewhere. It's kind of missing that. I want to pull this in here. And again, I just want to make sure that this light doesn't wind up, this light that I put in doesn't wind up out here somewhere where I don't want it. Okay? So I'm just trying to make sure that just in general terms, everything's where I want it to be before I start going in and really taking these edges down, blurring everything, and then pulling out some of the excess paint to expose the drawing again. Right? And all I'm doing is I'm just kind of laying these things in, because when I blend it, these, for the most part, these are going to stay where they are. So I want to make sure that I'm pushing in here so that the light is there. There's something to explain that little bit of extra light. You know, same up in here. And I could kind of play around in here. I could spend easily an hour in here. And again, this will you can see, like, even just a few marks, it starts to explain the head a little bit better. The more of this I do, the more this is going to start to look like him, which is not really my goal at the moment. I'm just trying to get the lights. I'm not thinking about what he looks like. I'm just trying to place the general lights and darker shades where I think they go, so that when I blend it, I don't wind up, you know, really obscuring the impression of his face. So this is actually pretty good to me. I'm now going to go in. I need to grab a fan brush for this. So I have baby fan brushes that I use for this particularly. I need to go grab one. I don't know where I put them. I had them. You can go talk to me. Do you want me to turn the lights on for me?
Sure. What's up, guys? Kevin's just grabbing some fan brushes right now, and just going to be looking at some of the comments here so I can help answer. Okay, so Sana, basically what Kevin did is he printed out an actual size print of this. He laid it out over the canvas with the transfer paper in between that print and the canvas itself, and then he was able to trace the lines on top. Then he was then able to put a passive acrylic over it so that now his lines are protected and safe, and then he can paint on top of it without worrying about losing his lines in the process, and they're not muddying the paint or anything like that. All good?
Yep. Okay. So I found these brushes many years ago. They're I believe they're actually for like modeling and that kind of stuff, but they're mini brushes. I use these for illustration. I found the typical fan brush, even the smaller ones. The bristles were too long, so I like these little babies. And this is going to allow me to go in and really kind of knock these edges down without really spreading the paint around the face. I'll go back in with a big fan brush afterwards, but this is going to allow me to be pretty aggressive. And you can see the same exact thing as I was doing before, just back and forth and back and forth. And I'm trying to stay in like values, so I'm not dragging this into this. Like over here, I want to keep that darker red in between the purple and the lighter. So I'm trying to stay in like values to start. Trying not to drag. I don't want to drag like this. I'm working on the edge. I'll work on this edge. So here, just between the red and the purple. And again, I'm knocking the edges down. I don't want clear defined edges.
Come around you.
Mm-hmm. I don't want clear defined edges. I want to get rid of as much of this as possible because I don't want to be locked in. Anything that is sharp and hard later on is going to lock me in and give me no options. I want to have options all the way through. So now my purples are blended into my reds pretty well. I'm now going to grab this edge between the red and the pink and do the same thing. And again, just back and forth. I'm not worried about maintaining the head. I don't have any details here that I have to keep. I'm just trying to get an overall placement of these values and colors in place. And again, I've taken quite a bit of time on the face because I know, like, for anybody watching, if I just kind of threw the paint down like this, it would make no sense on how you how you get it back later on. Here, at least, you can see the face. You can see the face is still here. And again, you can see even in here, like the modulation of skin is already taking effect. Just the back and forth, thicker and thinner areas, right? Again, not worried about edges. All of the edges I'll put in later, the sharp edges I'll put in later. The only edges I have in now are gradients. And I clean the brush every couple of strokes. Every time my hand comes down away from the painting, I'm wiping the brush. So again, just a little bit of variation in there, not much. And again, there's not much going on in here. There's a lot of detail in the photograph. They're all important places, but this is a critical place to explaining the form of the head in this cheek. But you can see there's not much going on there. And now if you step back away from this, you'll see that it's starting to feel like a solid head. There are no details in it, but it feels like a solid head. And I don't have any of the highlights in, which explain protrusions like the nose or the cheekbone. There are no eyes. There's barely even an eyebrow here. The shadows aren't explained, but you can see the head is solid. And this is what I'm looking for. I'm now going to go and just take out some of these outer edges. And again, I don't need to go too crazy. Just going to work this edge around the hairline. Again, I'm not going into the gray. I'm still working just in the purples and the reds at the moment. Once I've got that done, now I'll work into the grays. I'm going to do the darker ones first, and then I'll come down to the lighter ones. Again, not so worried about any of the edges. I don't want to leave any edges behind. And you'll see, like, as scratchy as this is, once I get in here, it becomes smooth, and once I've got that smoothed out and smoothed in, I'm working my way out, I'll then get the background out against, the hair up against the background. I'll deal with those edges. All right, I'm not worried about what direction. I'm not trying to paint in hair. Not worried about the direction that it's going right now. I'm just putting in soft color and value for placement, nothing more. Right? And so this is all looking pretty good. There are no sharp edges anymore. Now I'm going to take this down a little further with a big fan brush, but again, just making sure everything is soft. Again, anything, I can take away the gradients and make sharp edges, but I can't get rid of sharp edges later on without it being a real battle. So I want to make sure that I am not putting any sharp edges in here that I don't want. Again, the hair is easier to use to encroach on the face to establish the shape later on. Rather than trying to match the flesh tone, I'd rather match the hair. It's easier to match. So I want to push the skin out into the hair. And again, even this, you see I'm going to kind of drag it. I'm picking up the hair, bringing it in here. All of this is going to help to marry the hair to the head. Just make more sense of it. Make it all feel like it's part of the same person. So here, take this outer edge. Just pull it out into the background. Same with the hair. Again, all of these edges. And again, I want to pull the face out into the background rather than the other way around. So, right, and even this stuff, not a big deal. It's just going to wind up blended back in. I would recommend for anybody kind of playing around with this, easier to work very thin in the first pass so all of your lines are visible after the first pass goes down. It's just going to make it's going to make you feel more confident. Going to make you feel more confident about being able to recapture the stuff. But let's do a little bit again. But you can see all of these edges are now, they're blown out. I'm going to go back around with a big fan brush and use that to then really take everything down. And then I'll go in and I'm going to scrub out. You get a chance to see me kind of scrub out some of the stuff to get back to my lines. And again, I'm just trying to neutralize. I don't want lines of purple in here. I'm trying to neutralize everything. Get it all to feel, like I said, it's supposed to feel like cotton candy. Not so much looking for the big fan brush to take out these edges as much as smooth the painting. So I'm using the small brush in order to take all of the lines, the sharp edges out. And again, nothing in here at this point perfectly describes anything that it was painted on top of. I don't try to hold on to any of the line drawing. I'll be able to recapture that. So that's a good place to be. And you can see it's about as soft as the background. That's what we're looking for. It's about as soft as the background. Some of this just. Once that's done, I'll take a big fan brush, and again, just make sure that the background and the figure, that they are soft. There's no brush strokes around them, right? Just gonna bring it all together. And again, I'm not worried about little bits of contamination. Right? I do want to make sure that I don't have an edge here. This is the edge of the jawline right here, but you see how far this comes out? I don't want to have an edge out here. I want it to completely dissolve, right? So part of the job right now is to make sure that all of this dissolves, that these are really soft gradients.
Question.
Yes.
Pulling the face into the background, not vice versa, is this a general rule for all objects?
I recommend that you use the objects that are complex spill out into the things that are less complex. So the hair is more complex than the background, so the hair spills out into the background. The face is more complex than the hair, so the face spills out into the hair. The reason that we do this is if I have to establish this edge of his face with the hair, I have to match the color and the value of the hair. If I'm using the hair to encroach in on the face later on to establish the edge, the hair is much simpler to match than the face. These flesh tones are going to be much harder to match flawlessly to be able to be used to push the hair out and establish that edge. So I let the face spill out and then I use the hair to push it back in to establish the edge. The hair is more complex than the background. So the hair starts by being pushed out, and then I use the background, which is very simple and flat, I use that later on to push in and establish the outer edge of the hair. So it's always the more complex thing is the one that takes more space. And then the less complex things surrender the space, because the less complex things are easier to match and render later on if you need to encroach to tighten up the space. And again, this will make more sense when you see me tighten up the head with just like the outer edge of the hair with just a couple of strokes using that color. You'll be like, now I get it. Yeah.
Charles just said, I'm getting anxiety watching the edges mix.
So anyway, but I'm just making sure everything, I want to feel like I just went to the doctor and had my eyes dilated. Also, you'll find if you don't knock these things down enough, it will be very difficult to find the lines underneath. The more you push the paint around, the more you lift. The more you lift, the more you can see through it. So I'm going to go back in with another small fan brush, and I'm going to start pulling some paint up so that I can see the lines. So nice and easy.
Good to come around you again.
Yeah. And again, I'll be cleaning my brush along the way. I could use any brush. I could use any brush to do this. But I can see a little bit, I can see a little bit of the eye in here. So all I'm going to do, in fact, you know what? I am going to start. I'll start with this. And I'm just going to very gently rub this. And you can see the eye exposed. The eye is now visible. I'm looking around to see what information over here I need. And I'm just going to lift very gently so that I can see my drawing. I don't need everything. There are some lines in here that I want, and there are some that I need. I'm even going to push this up and see if I can find the bottom of the eyebrow, right? I'm going to soften this afterwards. You want to make sure that you're using a soft brush. You don't want a brush that's going to just lift every bit of paint. Right. This brush is feeling a little heavy. But now that I've done that, I can go in here and I can just pull this back together, and the eye is now exposed, but it still feels like it's part of the face. It doesn't feel completely removed. It doesn't feel like it's scrubbed away. And again, the more I work the edges around what I lifted, the more it kind of marries and it shows me the eye. Okay? And I can do this. I'll grab a second brush. I can basically do this around the face. Lift the eyebrow. And again, I want to know, I'm looking at the photo references I'm going because I don't want to lift anything I don't have to. But I do want to make sense. I want to be able to make sense of, I put a transfer down. I don't want to not use it, right? So here, just and again, I'll just keep working it until I'm happy with the amount of drawing that's visible. There's no rule. It's what you're comfortable with. I mean, I could scrub this back down to the canvas if I need that information. Let's say I can't find it. I can't find where the boundary is for the eyebrow. So I bring it all the way back down. Nothing wrong with that, okay? I'll even come up in here and I'll see there's a mark in here somewhere, right? So I'm intentionally kind of messing with this. So there. Let's say I needed that information. I could have taken a rag and just kind of wiped it all out. Right now I'm back down to the canvas. If I go back in now, I can now see where all of those landmarks are, and now all I do is knock my edges back down. Lightly dust this paint over the things that I completely wiped out. I've got all my lines. And again, I just make sure that I'm not leaving any abrupt edges. That's all I'm worried about. Again, this is not the final pass in the painting. So I have a lot of room to play. Right? So for argument's sake, I'm going to make life easy. I'm actually going to lift quite a bit. I'm going to bring the stuff back like this so that you should be able to see all of the lines. I just want to make sure I've got everything in here. Yeah, so that's scrubbing out. And now I'm just going to pull this back in, just encroach a little bit. Make sure my edges on the outer parts of it are soft. I don't see any sharp edge. And there, now I've got a nice, I can see the eye completely. It feels like it's not as dense as this, but it's going to have a whole bunch of details in it later on. And those details are going to bury whatever the impression of the a greater amount of canvas showing through are. So I'm going to kind of go around. I'm going to do this everywhere. Right, so we just kind of... Right, and if I had painted this very thin, I wouldn't be doing any of this because you'd be able to see all of this through the paint. Right? And you can see, I'm pretty aggressive, and this is part of, this comes with doing it. You get to a point where you can do no harm. Like anything that I do, I can undo because they're my marks, right? I don't worry about doing damage.
Kevin, you've got everyone on edge right now.
Yeah.
You're ruining the painting.
Are people saying that?
No, but we're all feeling it.
Yeah. So, but again, I can go in here. I can literally wipe out just about everything I put down. This is why I say, like, you're not stuck with anything. So here, like, I'm not going to worry about the edge up in here. But here I've got this. I'm going to come down. I'm going to wipe out all of this, just to show you. as long as your drawing is locked in place, you've really got nothing to worry about. So I'm wiping out all of the places where there are details. Look, right, so you can see his face emerging from this again, like my line drawing. and so
are crazy.
Right, so just trying to make sure that I've got everything exposed, and then I'll go in and I'll pull it back together.
He's creating massive viewer anxiety.
This is
My heart dropped.
but this is the theater that I'm talking about. Right? Very easy for me to do this. And I can tell you, no, just don't worry about it. It's not a problem. Just go in and do it. It's theater. I have no fear because I know what I'm doing. I know exactly where I'm taking this, and again, I wouldn't wipe out like this if I were doing it for myself. But even if I come in here and I just kind of work around the stuff that I wiped out,
We're all thinking, he's messing it up. Oh wow, he brutalized what he has done. Kevin, you're traumatizing at least 100 people.
well, again, it's theater. There has to be some drama. Right? But here, all I'm doing is kind of going in and smoothing out what I just made a mess of. Right? And I could do it, I could do this with just about any brush. I'm doing it with the little fan brush, but you do it with just about any brush. Just want to make sure you don't scratch your canvas as you're going. Right? Right. To make it a little bit easier, I'm going to take all of this down. Again, normally I wouldn't be worrying about this, but I want you to be able to see what it is that I'm doing when I work back into the face. Normally I take the face just the way it was. No, really, it's okay.
Were you planning on doing this all along, or did you just decide to do this?
I decided to do it because I want to make sure everybody can see the line drawing. You know, the next pass is really where the work happens. So, and I imagine that, again, like if I want people to be able to, if I want people to walk away from this being able to take some of it and do it on their own and kind of experiment with it, I have to think in terms of what is realistic for one of our students or somebody who's just watching. How would they be able to manage this, and could they pull that painting, this portrait, out of that opaque pass? And I would argue probably the answer is no for the vast majority of them. So here I'm just going to come back in, and I'm just exposing the face. Again, I've got a good enough color. It's dark enough. It lines up with the background. It's a good color overall. It covers enough. I just want to make sure everybody that this is visible on screen. Can you make that out? The line drawing?
We'll get a little closer.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody can see the line drawing before I stop kind of pulling back. Right, so you can see the line drawing showing through, and that's all I want. It's not really distinct. I can see it, and I could probably play with this, and like personally, I'd like to have a little bit less of it. But anyway, so pull back. So if I very gently go over this and I start smoothing everything out, it'll bury the line drawing just a little bit. Get rid of any texture of canvas. I said, just kind of go around the outside, make sure that the gray on the outside doesn't read as a halo. And you can see, I mean, I'm being pretty aggressive here. I'm not worried about the background being contaminated.
Just so you know, we're about 2 hours in.
Okay.
We've got another 2 hours, and then we'll have to like restart the live.
I'm hoping to be done. I really kind of took my time on the face.
Yeah.
I'm planning on flying through some of this other stuff. But anyway, so here, you can see this is starting to tack up, so it's not, I'm starting to lift paint there. And again, not a big deal. If it's not completely covered, it's not a big deal. So here I'm just going to take a fan brush, make sure all of this stuff is there. And so I can stop there. And again, there's a little bit of a variation from light to dark. This is going to be made darker in the second pass. This will be made lighter. I think I want to get just a little bit more paint. I'm just grabbing a little bit more paint off the palette for over here. Just want to have a little bit more density. And again, I'm surrendering a little bit of the drawing in the process. But it's still visible. So. Okay, I'm going to stop there on that. I am going to move over to the flag. I want to move this and put it back.
Sure.
For the flag, we're going to keep it simple. I'm looking at, so in here, I'm looking at the darker reds. I'm looking at these grayish purples, and I'm looking at the darker blue. Not going to do much else. And this flag is it's really going to get really kind of slopped in. I'm not going to be sweating really anything about it, because it's going to wind up rendered to the degree that it's going to be rendered. It'll be rendered almost entirely in the second pass and turned into a flag at that time. So right now, I'm just looking to cover. I'm barely even concerned with what red I use. I'm going to use what's already on my palette. So I'm actually using this shade with some of the original red that I made for the flesh tone. Again, remember, I'm putting in the darkest shades of the shadow on the flag. So in here, I just got to figure out where I am. I guess I can go from the bottom. So, thin this a little bit. Not the right brush. Here, just
Got a question.
yes.
Is this a typical lesson or process in the Evolve coursework?
A painting of this scale is, you learn these skills, but you would not work in the program on a painting of this scale. It would drag on way too long. So this is actually what you would learn in block 6. So the program is 8 blocks long. This technique is called speed painting. This is actually my technique. It's how I paint. But this is a technique that is taught in the program. It's taught on much simpler subject matter. I hope I'm getting this right. That's this. And that's that one, too. Always good to make sure that you're filling the stuff with the right shade. So again, the flag is much redder than this, but this is going to hold the place of the shadows, and this is actually that shade. No, I'm sorry. It's what do we use this for? Oh no, this is the shade that I made for the shadow on the guy. And again, the paint is thin. I don't want it to be too heavy. I want to be able to see through it. But so all the folds in the flag are a little confusing, so I think I'm here. Oh, no, that's background. Okay. And anyway, so going back to that question about in the program. So the videos in the program are a lot more comprehensive and they're a lot simpler than what I'm doing right now. Like I said, I mean, at the very beginning, I kind of made the point. This, in very large part, is theater. I hope that people can get a little bit of information and be able to utilize it to maybe change a little bit about how they think about the way they work. But there are, in order to be able to do what you see me doing, requires that you understand a lot of other things that lead up to it. This is like calculus. You might be able to, or let me not do that. It's like geometry. You might be able to make sense of geometry based on things you've seen in the real world, right? Not everything, but some of the things in geometry might make sense to you based on real world experiences that you've had dealing with shapes and other ideas. But you couldn't understand any of it, of geometry, if you hadn't learned how to add properly and subtract properly and multiply and divide. Right? There are underpinnings. There are underpinnings to this technique and to any technique. You know, art is a language. You learn it no different than you would, you know, if you wanted to learn to speak English and you didn't already. It's a language, and so you have to develop an alphabet. Without the alphabet, there's no language. It doesn't matter who you are, how smart you are. No alphabet, no language. Once you get past the alphabet, then you're dealing with spelling and vocabulary. And even though, like, you know, we don't think about it, like, you consider, when was the last time you considered the alphabet? And assume that we're all speaking in English. So for everybody, like, when was the last time you considered the alphabet when you were speaking? Do you think about the letters that comprise the, you know, that make up the words that come out of your mouth? And I would say that the answer is very likely no. You don't think about the letters. The letters are already embedded. You know what they are. You know how they work. And they've given way to words. Now the words, you had to learn what the words mean, right? And so after you learned your letters, you learned vocabulary and spelling so that you could recognize the word as being spelled properly, right? Because if it's not spelled properly, you might not even be able to recognize it. So once you learned your letters and then your spelling and your vocabulary, you then learned grammar. Now, making art is poetry. Think about how much education, starting with letters all the way through to being able to write meaningful poetry. Poetry that moves people, right? Because that's what we try to do with our art. We try to create something. One, we do it for ourselves, but also what we produce, we want it to impact people. We want people to be affected by it. And so when you consider poetry like that, like, think about all of the moving parts that you don't even think about. Like, if you read a poem, you're not thinking about the alphabet that the guy learned. You're not thinking about any of that. You're just thinking about the words and what they mean. And so when we're painting, we have to learn an alphabet. And so Evolve has the alphabet. You learn the A, B, C, D, E. And again, like a lot of the time when people watch a video, something like what I'm doing right now, some of the alphabet you might make sense of. Some of it you won't. Some of the things I say, I mean one thing, but the way you've learned them, they mean something else. Like I read something this morning. Somebody was posting about flake white paint and talking about using it in backgrounds, keying in a background. Now, I've been at this 30 years. I have no idea what that means. I'm sure that I have some language that means the same thing, but I don't speak that artist's language. I don't know what that artist means when they say keying in the background. I'm imagining that it's probably a matter of getting the color and value structure in place, but I don't know. And so if he used a word that I did know but used it in a different way, I wouldn't know that we were not communicating, that he meant one thing and I took it another way. Educations have to be, like in art, in language, have to be from the ground up, because all of your vocabulary is determined at the beginning of your education. So when you're seeing something like this, again, this is very much theater, because we're not speaking the same language. A program like Evolve gives you the language from the ground up, so when you get here, this all makes sense. Now, even for the people who are in the program that are seeing this, that have done this part of the process, this part of the education, they're seeing me playing around with it also, which is a little bit different than what we do in the program, but this is me just being experienced. I'm able to play with it. I'm not locked into a rigid process. I get to play with it. And that just comes with time. The more you do it, the more you're able to really kind of cut loose and just kind of riff on it. I mean, that's really like the best way to say it. Again, like for me, not that I'm fearless, because trust me, I mean, I worry about making a mess of something like this. I could very easily kind of ruin this painting in front of you, which would not be fun. But that is always a possibility. I could do that, and so there is always some concern. I don't treat the painting as though it's a foregone conclusion that I'm going to nail and it's going to be perfect. I know I have to work for that. And so I'm playing around with the painting, but within a range that I feel comfortable that I'm not going to ruin it. But it's experience that you're seeing. I wouldn't recommend playing like I am, like with that face, if you've never done it before. Be a little bit more, and that's why I said, like, if you're going to do it on your own, use the first pass and let it be transparent so the lines are visible. You use the lines as a guide to learn the technique. And once you've got the technique down, then you can start eliminating the line drawings. So I got to get around all of these. Actually, you know what? Just got to figure out where I am in here. So this is white. This is red. Okay. Just trying to figure out the boundaries of my blues in here, and then I'll be able to really just kind of fill the space, and then I'll drop the stars in. And again, the stars are going to be a blur. Anyway, I hope I answered that question. I know I kind of meandered a little bit there. If I didn't answer the question satisfactorily, please pose it again, and I'll see what I can do with it. And again, so this blue is not the really rich blue that will be there at the end. This is going to hold the place, basically, of probably my shadows, and then I'll just build the lights out into it. Same with the reds. The reds will just go on top of that, and they'll be rich and dynamic. And I'm going to leave this thin. That way I can see the stars through it. And I think I'm not even going to put the stars in now. I'm just going to leave them, and I'll take care of them in my next pass. So I've got a gold like tassels here, or whatever they would be called. And so I'm debating whether or not to just blend this and then I'll paint in the gold on top of it when it dries, or to put it in right now. And I'm thinking the gold is going to make this a green, and I don't want that. So I'm just going to take this edge and just kind of run it down, let that blend. And I'll do it on the other side as well. So those blues. Here, just kind of level this all out, and then I'll take a fan brush to it and soften it. And just push this out into the background a little bit. And just even the edges between the reds and the blues, just kind of knock them down. And again, I will push this around and I'll wipe my brush and go back into it again. And I'll do that until I can see the stars showing through. I'm blending all these edges, even though these are not going to be blended edges later on. When I drop, I'm just going to show you real quick. When I drop like a really rich red on this, that's not really showing up. That's going to really bury anything else. Now, right now it was mixing, which is why it wasn't so bold. But when I put it down on this and it's dry, I'm going to be able to establish those really, really rich dynamic reds. And in that case, these little overlaps where these edges blur aren't going to hurt me. They're really not going to be visible. I don't want that in there for now. But again, I just want to make sure I'm taking out enough of the blue that I can see. And you can see, I kind of brush, I wipe. And all I'm doing is lifting paint. I can leave almost raw canvas showing, because I'm going to put in the lights on this, and then these darks, I can glaze them in to solidify them later on. And again, like each one of these things, all I'm worried about right now is the middle ground. I'm not worried about it feeling finished. I'm worried about connecting the middle ground. And so, general color. Just want to be able to see colors in place, establishing relationships. Again, just good. And again, just taking down the reds. And I'm doing the reds and the blues first, and then I'm going to put the whites in, just because the whites are going to wind up really contaminated, maybe more so than I want if I'm blending all of this stuff at once. So again, these two, they're basically just about the same value. Even though the colors are different, the values are very similar. They blend without a problem. And even though I'm not putting in pure white, what I'm going to put down is going to be quite a bit lighter than this. So for my light, again, remember I'm looking for what is a functional shadow in the lights. Do we need to charge?
Yeah, it's going to need to charge.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to pull out the mic.
Okay.
And we'll test the audio.
Okay.
If it keeps working, then we'll just keep going.
Sounds good. And you can see the shadow in my whites. I'm trying not to make it too light. I'm trying to add a bunch of the colors that I've already used into it. I'm not in. The idea is that I want to constantly reuse the same colors, especially in the background, because then if they're used over and over, then the painting starts to feel like it's all happening in the same space. Where if I'm inventing a new color for every little thing that I'm looking at, it starts to feel more like each thing is its own thing, and I don't want that. So again, I can see how the shadow on the white is going to play against the blue. It's feeling a little bit purple to me at the moment. I think it could actually use a little bit of this in it. Just a little bit more gray. Again, I don't mind it being a little bit darker. So yeah, that's a little bit better. And again, tiny amounts. Trying not to make major adjustments to the color as I go. Just a little bit here and a little bit there. So that's pretty good. I think that'll be good enough to work with. And again, even these are my shadows. They don't need to be solidly opaque. So again, another technique that we teach in the program is called vacant shadows. Vacant shadows is a block 5 technique, and what it is you see it in a lot of old master work, where the shadows are actually just the tone of the canvas, and they only paint the lights. And so there's a beautiful effect that's created when the shadows are transparent and the lights are opaque. And this painting, in a lot of these places where I'm leaving the stuff see-through, we're actually going to get that effect, or at least some semblance of it.
All right, I'm going to give this a go.
Okay.
Checking audio. Can anyone still hear us?
How are we doing? Any complaints?
Not seeing any. Checking audio. Can anyone still hear us?
How are we doing?
Okay, they're hearing us. Great.
Again, these edges, I'm going to have to recapture the flag afterwards. But again, like, how sharp do I make it? It doesn't have to be very sharp. It's off in the background. You look at the photograph. It's off in the background. I'm going to be able to get away with having a very, very soft, out of focus flag. These edges, I'm going to have to... And so even though we think it's really detailed here, we're going to be able to get away with putting in a lot less information and still getting a really nice result. And you'll see, I'm going to drag some of the red stripes into the white or into this gray. This flag is going to become quite a blur, and it's going to be much darker than what's in the photograph. Because again, I know where I'm taking it. I know that these aren't the lights. These are going to play second fiddle. They're going to be the glue that holds all the lights together. And so I'm trying to keep them very similar. Obviously, the field of blue is very dark compared to everything else. So, figure out where I am.
Just remember to speak up where you can.
Yep. So again, just trying to make sure. So this is golden here. This is here. I've got a little bit of white down here. So I think I got everything. This is gold. So now that I got this, and again, it's really kind of tattered looking at the moment. I'm gonna grab this color and put it in here, because I don't want to have too much of a departure in value. Even though this is going to be yellow later on, I want to try to stay in with what I've used already, because I know it marries beautifully in the painting as an underpinning. And again, you can say one of the things that we run out of first as artists is value. I said that earlier. So here, I'm making sure that I'm not going to run out of values because I'm only using a very small value scale right now. Push this around. I'm just going to overlap all of my edges. And again, you know, the idea, so many of us when we first start, when we lack confidence, we worry about, oh, I've got this transfer, I've got these lines, how am I going to find them later? In some cases, you don't have to. That's a big one. That's the first question, like, do I need them? Right? And then, you know, if you understand what you're doing, how the lines work, or lines, how the edges work in the painting, what they actually do or don't do, you'll know whether or not something actually needs to be there or not. If you are in a place where you have the latitude to make a decision about that. Some places you can, some places you can't. Some places really kind of nature defines what you can get away with and what you can't. Until you start getting into more abstraction, right? Which is fine as well. So, but again, even for abstract art, knowing the rules, it matters. You know, I'm a fan of good abstract art. You know, a lot of realist artists don't like abstract art, but I'm actually a bit of a fan of the good stuff. Not so easy to find these days, unfortunately, but for somebody to be a good abstract artist, they have to know how to paint. I mean, really know how to paint, to be able to do like this. Not necessarily this technique, but have this kind of quality control and an understanding of the moving parts. Just to give you an idea, my belief is that making art is about intent, right? If you just throw paint at a canvas and look for an area that looks nice and then cut that out and stretch it and call it art, you know, any monkey can do that. That requires no skill. It's just a matter of luck and time, right? They say, you know, if you put a monkey in front of a piano long enough, it'll play Mozart. It's just the odds, right? It might take 200 million years, but eventually they'll string together enough notes that it'll be Mozart. But you don't build a career like that, and that's not a meaningful way of making art for somebody who wants to be creative. You can create decorative things, but decorative and decorative is not the same as making art, at least to me. So it's about intent. So an abstract artist has an idea in their head about what they want. It's not tethered to a person or a vehicle or a building or something that they've seen, but it's a creation that's purely in their head. In order to be able to get it out of their head and onto a canvas exactly the way they mean it to be, they need to understand how to control values and colors and edges. There's no way around it. You know, again, poetry, music, like all of these things, playing drums, playing a guitar, like you think about a guitar, until you learn the notes and you learn how to string them together and you learn how to make chords, anything you do with that instrument that doesn't sound like noise is luck. You have to understand the fundamentals. Once you understand those fundamentals, you can do anything you want with it, anything your imagination allows for. But you have to have the fundamentals to get there. And I have a lot more respect for an abstract artist that can consistently generate their ideas and bring them into the real world, one after another, after another, after another. You can see the understanding. I have a greater degree of respect for them than I do for people who do what I do, because I have a point of reference here where they are creating it, you know, at a level much higher than I am. So anyway, so I basically got all of my darker values, all of my shadow values in place. The blue field is a little bit lighter than the shadows will be, but I will deal with that in the last of the three passes. If I went too much darker, I would struggle to get this and these to play nice together. So now that I've got this, I'm just going to go around. I'm actually going to make sure that I've got enough showing through my blue. And this is going to lighten it up even a little bit more so that I know exactly where my field of stars will be. And again, it's not going to be, I can't see every single line, but I'll be able to make sense of what's going on here. Once I get a couple of stars in, I'll be able to then build out from it. I'll know relative to one where the others are. Okay? And I'm just taking this down. And the paint is starting to stiffen up a little bit, which is, for me, I like that. So I'm just going to go around, I'm going to take out all the edges of the red against the blue, then I'm going to take out the white against the red, and then the white against the blue. And again, I just overlap them and blur them. I'm not trying to maintain anything here. I'm trying to get rid of the edges entirely and turn it into this. And remember, the painting is meant to look out of focus. In order for the technique to work, we have to be okay letting the painting go. Right? We do a tight transfer, gives us control. We do a loose, blurred pass, we surrender control. We go back in and tighten things up, take back the control. A little bit on each, a little bit at a time, and we get comfortable as time goes by, having control and then not having it. Having it and not having it. And the more time you spend not being in complete control, getting comfortable, what they say, being comfortable with being uncomfortable, the better you'll get at painting. Knowing that you can take your painting and literally, from a comfort standpoint, push it over a cliff and let it free fall, and at some point, grab a rope and stop it and pull it back up and get control again. Getting comfortable with that only happens when you get comfortable with letting go, right? You know, the idea of letting go is great, but until you've been in an uncomfortable position and been able to let something go, it's just words. And it's the same here. We want to get to a point where we've experienced it in a controlled environment where the free fall's not so bad. We're not committing to a massive 25 or 30 or 100-hour painting, but a 5-hour painting. And let the control go and see how uncomfortable it is, and see how it feels, and see that we can manage to course correct the piece. You do it on a small piece, makes you confident to take on something bigger. You do it on a bigger piece, it makes you confident to take on something bigger. And eventually, you look back and you realize you're doing things that you never thought you'd be bold enough to do. You're tackling projects that you thought were outside of your ability, and you're not just tackling them, but you're doing them and you're bold. You are confident that as long as you are applying what you know and you're staying focused, you cannot fail. It's a great place to be. Yeah.
How did you practice anatomy and figure drawing?
Okay, so that's a big one. So let me kind of preface this to say, I didn't start the way most people do. I started out, I was an illustrator. I went from knowing almost nothing to being a working professional doing book covers. It was like an 18-month process, and we actually have a video. Daniel and Mitch, I guess, can grab the video of me going through my portfolio from when I was younger up until I was a professional, and you can kind of see the path I took. But I never worked from life. I had very bad vision. I had a terrible astigmatism. Well, I had astigmatism in both eyes, but my right eye, it was so bad, anything out beyond like 10 feet, I'd get a bit of a split image. It was very hard to see. And so, though I played around a couple of times painting from life, it was hard. And it was easy enough for me to say, well, my vision and all these other things, I don't need to do that, I'll just work from photographs. And I did myself a disservice by doing that. So for me, anatomy and all the other stuff kind of came later. When I was doing book covers, I had to figure out human anatomy because every painting I did had people in it. And so you really can't avoid it. Bear in mind, and if you have good photographs, the information is there. Painting exactly what you see. Not that you don't need to know what's going on under the skin to make a hand work, but you can, if you render with great precision, you can fake it well enough that the average person won't know that you don't know anatomy. Somebody who knows what they're doing will see it. They'll see that you painted what was in the photograph and that you weren't able to augment it to make better sense of it than the photograph's information was offering. But that's a game of prose, right? professional artists aren't the one buying the art. The average person that's buying art doesn't really know that much. And if you can make a hand basically look and feel like a hand, that's going to be enough. It's not enough for you if you're serious about growing as an artist every day. But from the standpoint of producing work that you can be paid for, yeah, I mean, the average person who's buying art doesn't really know that much. They know what they like. And you can have mediocre art and still sell it and even build a career. But for yourself, you would always want to grow. You always want to be a little bit better. And so going and getting an education on anatomy starts with simply picking up a book. I would say the best book out there for human anatomy is Human Anatomy for Artists by Stephen Roger Peck. It's Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Roger, and the last name is Peck, P-E-C-K, Anatomy for Artists. Best book on the market, nothing even comes close. That's just anatomy. It's not drawing the figure, but how the body works, how to make sense of the parts. Now, it's a book for drawing, but it's the best place to go to get a sense of what makes the body function, how to think about it as an artist, to take the photograph that has all the information and make sense of it so that when you paint it, you make this a little sharper, you make that a little softer, you make this a little darker, a little lighter, to better explain what's going on under the skin so that a hand not only looks like a hand, but it feels like a hand. You can feel the bone structure where it's exposed instead of it just feeling like the rest of the soft tissue of the hand. Same with the face. You have places where you have hard structure and then you have soft. This and this can't be painted the same. Someone who's not a great painter will paint them all the same. Cloth, skin, canvas, wood, it'll all have the same kind of feel to it. Somebody who has an understanding of what bone and soft tissue do and how the light plays off of them and understand where one is exposed and one isn't, will be able to explain visually that this is reflecting light of a different color, right? It reflects it differently. The highlights are sharper. They trail differently. There are a whole bunch of things that kind of go into it. And so the highlight here on hard tissue like bone will be different than a reflection on soft tissue, right? It's like the difference between a reflection off of metal or wood or stone. And again, I'm not talking about polish, but if you take a piece of metal, light is going to bounce off of that hard surface differently than it does off of a rounded rock or a piece of cut wood. And so understanding anatomy will help you to deal with those things. And again, it's not just the anatomy, but understanding how light works, how light plays off of different subjects based on their density. If you understand how light plays off of different densities, and then you understand bone, soft tissue, you would be able to take one piece of information and marry it to the other, making you better at explaining cotton as opposed to silk, or satin, bone as opposed to soft tissue, hair as opposed to skin, nails as opposed to skin, right? So an understanding of how the paint works married with an understanding, and again, you don't have to have a medical understanding of anatomy, you have to have a general understanding of it because you're going to be working with reference, whether it's a live model or a photograph. So all you have to do is look at it and say, oh, I know that this part is exposed bone. All that's sitting between the bone and the skin is nothing. But over here, there's muscle, there's fascia, there are other things. And so if you understand that in its most general sense, you can then actively look for it in the photograph to make sense of it, and then you learn how to kind of accent to get effect. But my education in anatomy came mostly from being an illustrator, and eventually I'd come across things and I'm like, I have a photograph, but I can't make sense of what's going on at the elbow. Okay, open up a book and look at an elbow and see what's going on and see if I can then figure out, oh, this is the radius, this is the end of the radius, and I can see it's protruding a little bit, so, oh, I need a sharp edge here because that's bone, right? And so I'm explaining it based on what's in the photograph that I'm working from as reference, and then a little bit of text, an anatomy book, and then making sense of it, utilizing an understanding of how to get an effect using paint. So you marry all three of those together. And again, you could do that even with a live model. Just you have to have the live model sit while you crack open a book. But But it's not one thing, and you don't learn human anatomy by painting people. You learn human anatomy by studying human anatomy in a book. You then see it in the live models. You see it in the photo reference of the people that you've photographed. But you don't learn it by sitting in front of it, at least not as far as I'm concerned. There's too much to do. There's too much to figure out when you're sitting in front of a live model to learn anatomy at the same time. Anybody who's ever painted a live model knows there are so many things going on, and just trying to capture a skin tone, figuring out the color of the shadow against the color of the light, the colors just swim. Proportions, the model's moving. Are they back in the same position 20 after their first break? You can't figure out what a joint looks like anatomically while you're trying to flesh out a proportional rendering. So you do them separate. They come together, they overlap. The better you get at painting and the better that you understand anatomy, the better your anatomy paintings become. But you do them separately, and like I said, I would highly recommend, if I were going to recommend any one book, that's the one I would recommend. If you want anatomy that is useful as an artist, that's the book. I have other books. I think they're all still in their shrink wrap. That book I use all the time. And again, even today, I still use it. I brush up on, just because you know something doesn't mean you really understand it. So I constantly go through the book. I'm looking at hands, I'm looking at bone structure in the face, I'm looking at the musculature, looking at the back, always trying to get a better sense. Every bit of information that I have makes me better at what I do. So in downtime, that's some of what I do. I do other stuff. I'll watch TV shows. I don't only do art, but I allocate time to make myself better at what I do here. Sometimes it's reading up on anatomy. Sometimes it's a ton of different things. I'll even watch other people's videos, curious how they do what they do. See how it lines up. Have I missed something? Because, as a professional, one of the greatest ways to grow is to see other pros work, because they've solved all these problems using completely different language, walking down completely different roads. It's the same in a lot of ways, but their solution, somebody else's solution to a problem that you have, might be an easier path than the solution you came up with. And so looking to other artists and seeing what they do, and again, not just the artists whose work you think is great, but anybody who's producing anything meaningful, take a look and see how they do it. I don't recommend doing that early. You have to have a foundation. You have to know what you're doing first, right? It's just, to me, if you don't have solid understanding under your feet, and you go to 10 different people and each one of them explains how to assess value differently, you're now juggling 10 balls at once. Not one of them is a platform to stand on, right? And the idea is you want to get a solid platform and then digest additional ideas that will give you other ways to think about what you already know. It's to me, in art, it's the easiest way to make sense of this. And I think a lot of people, what they do in the search for information, will go and they'll see 10, 15, 20 different people doing the same thing and try to put them all together and make sense of them. Or they try one thing and they don't get the professional result, again, because it's theater, and then so they watch another video and that's being done differently, and then they try that. And each one of these things, they work for that artist, but that artist, for everything that they do and everything they say, there are hundreds or thousands of ideas that are gelled underneath, that undergird that skill, right? And so you're not seeing all of those pieces, all of those moving parts. I do a brushstroke here, like, I'm not making a mess here, but I can tell you that if you've never done this, this will not be clean and colorful and to the same degree that mine is. Like, I know exactly how much pressure. I know 3 strokes works, 4 strokes ruins the painting. You do 4 strokes and you wonder why it's not looking the same. I knew to stop at 3 because 30 years of doing it and making the mistakes has taught me. And so you can't see that. You only see me do a few strokes and I stop when I'm done and it looks nice. But I can tell you, this tool destroys more paintings than just about anything else you could do. I would argue this is worse. This is more dangerous to most paintings than fire, because it's addictive, and it's always the difference between one stroke and the next that goes from nice to overdone. And once it's overdone, you can't undo it. You got to go back and repaint it. So, but again, you can't see that. I only have that in my head, and it controls my hand. It's the experience that does that. And so here, I've got everything blended, and now I'm just kind of knocking stuff down, getting a little bit of the canvas to show through. Again, I know most of this is going to be built up in lights, and I want to expose my drawing again. All right, so don't have to expose all of it, but I want to expose some of my drawing so that I'm not guessing when I come in. It'll be quick work if I'm painting into a line drawing. I know exactly where a sharp edge is. I don't have to guess. I don't have to even think. I can just come in and just lay the paint down, and the flag will happen really fast if I've got those markers, right? And all of these are going to be overpainted with different values. So it doesn't matter that I'm knocking them down. I'm not only going to do where the lines are, but I'm going to try to open up the whole painting a little bit so that some of this texture can actually find its way into the final painting. It's very subtle, and most of it's going to be buried, but what it'll do is it'll fracture the shadows where it's left this way. The lights are going to be solid and opaque, but this is going to fracture the shadows, making them feel a little bit more active. They're not going to be sitting static and still. And all it is because this is solid, 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 solid. So then when I kind of make a mark and break it up a little bit, again, I don't want it to be so bad, but when I do that, it adds a little bit of personality into that area. Most of it's going to be buried under opaque lights, but the parts that aren't, the few strokes that aren't, will make this feel more lively. It'll feel like there's some kinetic energy in it, right? They say like energy doesn't ever go away. Energy, right? So if you have energy in your hand and you throw a ball, the energy's in the ball, it hits the wall, it puts the energy in, right? It kind of, the ball bounces because of the displacement of energy. But energy, it's the same amount of it today as there was at the beginning of time. And so when you put a brush to the canvas and you make a mark, there's energy in that stroke, right? Now, from a physics standpoint, I wouldn't know how to explain because it seems like the energy ends, but like if I make a stroke, there's a boldness to it. There's an energy in that stroke if I leave it. And so like all these little kind of fractures and breaks, and it leaves the energy, the feeling of the energy. It's like a visual residue of the energy that made the stroke. And so, and again, more of experience, knowing where it works and where it doesn't. And you just figure it out as you go. But that requires, one, having a way of meaningfully working through a painting, knowing what you're doing. And then on the other side of it, being bold enough once you have that understanding to take risks and experiment, seeing what works and what doesn't work. Nobody showed this to me, but I see it. I see things like this peeking through little crevices in between two lights in an old master painting. And I get curious about it. Well, like what did that look like in the first pass when the old master was just putting the initial lay in before the lights went in? What did that look like? And I can imagine it's nothing but a mess of stuff underneath. We don't see the mess, we see a tiny sliver of it, but it's got energy because it's not flat and it's not smooth and it's not static. It feels like it's moving. Right? And this is what I was saying, like even if you're doing realism, I could take a brush and I could splatter paint across here, and then when I put my lights in on top of it, some of the splatter shows and some of it's buried. But that splatter is going to build some character into the painting in a way that controlled strokes won't. And so as you're working, as you're experimenting with these things, you can take this technique and apply it to abstract art, to more experimental things. You're not locked into realism with these techniques, and that, to me, that's important. Being able to expand on these outside of realism. If a technique doesn't allow you to do everything from full abstraction to hyper-realism, the technique, I think, is flawed, because it should enable, it shouldn't lock you into one result. It should allow you to express yourself in every stroke the way you feel that stroke should feel in that moment when you put it down. And so the techniques that you learn, you want them to offer that kind of freedom. And so this could be heavy paint I could put down with a palette knife. It could be very thin. It could be thick or thin. I can play with shadows or lights. There's so much that I can do here. I'm not constrained in any way. I'm choosing to tackle this the way I am right now because I've worked through in my head how I'm going to move this painting from the start to the finish. And again, all I'm doing here is exposing some marks, just so that I know exactly where everything is later, and that'll be good for me. And again, the flag is going to be established. All of its sharp edges, the things that we think of as defining it, will be done in 2 passes. The first pass, I'll establish all the proper colors and values of the lights, which will immediately bring the flag to life. And then in the last stage, I'll push back all the shadows and kind of roll all the form, and I'll establish any of the stars or tassels that I want based on how far away it is with highlights, and it'll pull together. This just needs to explain that there's a flag there, and I can recognize the flag. You see everything, again, we're still, even in what will eventually be white, or arguably white, is very, very dark right now. It's still in the same value range with everything else that's here. So when I put in his tuxedo is not going to be black. It'll become black later on, but I don't want it to be much darker than this, because I don't want to have to marry black to this, black to this. I want to keep those values all very close. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to kind of jump in here. Okay.
It's 3 o'clock.
Okay, I'm going to start moving. So in here, I'm looking at, I'm saying, so I've got my jacket. All of this back in here, everything in here, down in here, could arguably be done with a color that would match the jacket. And so I'm going to start looking at that. I'm going to kind of play, like even the tabletop, I can use this for the tabletop, even drop a little bit in here. So I'm going to be using a lot of what's already out to try to fill these gaps. There's not a lot left. This is going to be, again, I'm not going to play around this the way I did with the face. I'm going to block it in. It's going to be all purple probably, and then all the golds and whites will be laid in on top of it. So I haven't quite figured that out yet. But again, the white, this is going to be done just like the flag. The red book is going to go down as the red that it actually is, straight out of the tube, Chev red. So let's see if I can take this up over here. And again, because I'm not worried about everything being the perfect color or value, I can get away with a lot back here. Big brush strokes. I gotta get some gold in here, but this, I could probably use the shadow shade that I made here, and the rest of this coming down. In fact, I may even do that. I may actually even create that shade again and make it a little bit grayer, and then paint in all of these plugged up darks with that. It seems like an easy way to explain all of those big dark shapes without getting too dark and staying kind of true to the color and value range that I've got down already. So I gotta mix quite a bit of this. I'm gonna keep it thin, particularly on him, so we can see the jacket. So,
Do you remember what you used for gold? What
do I
colors?
remember what I used for gold? For this one?
Yep.
I would have used the English red, probably with yellow.
And then the violet?
Yeah, I think I put a little bit of violet in it. So I'm just going to create a colorful gray, and I'm going to use it for all of the darks. Right? There's a lot of stuff that I can just just kind of lay it in and let it just own the space for now. Because in the second pass, now I'll just kind of nudge it and be able to make the color what I want it to be. And again, a lot of the time we get so caught up in what color something is, we don't realize the color is not nearly. The value is more important than the color, and if we have too many colors, especially in the shadows, the image starts to fracture, it starts to come apart. The shadows really unify the image. If you can create a painting, even something as complex as this, and have one color for all of the shadows, and just vary the value of it but have just one color, you'll get a much better result than having a different color for every shadow. Bear in mind that, so for those of you that are not in the program, and you may not know this, you may not have noticed this, but shadows are always relatively gray, okay? So if you have a red object, the shadow is a grayish red. If you have a yellow object, like this yellow, your shadow is going to be a gray version of it. If you mix a little bit of black into that yellow, that would actually give you a pretty solid starting point for the shadow for that yellow. And the idea is that light and color are the same thing, right? So light and color are the same thing. They're not two different things. Like when you look at, if you put an apple on a table and you shine a light on it, the apple is not red or green. Let's say red apple. The light source has red in it, and the apple has a molecular structure that absorbs or reflects a portion of that light source from that light bulb. And so if the light bulb doesn't have red in it, you can't have a red apple under that light source. The apple itself doesn't have a color. The apple only has a molecular structure that either absorbs or reflects a portion of the spectrum, and what is reflected is the color you perceive. So if we understand that light and color are the same thing, that if we don't think in terms of light coming out of a light bulb, but color coming out of the light bulb, the side of the object that is in shadows that is not getting light would also not be getting color. So shadows are always going to be gray relative to the lights. The more light being bounced back, reflected back into a shadow, the more you see the color of the object. So if you have a yellow lemon and you have the lit side is really yellow, if the shadow doesn't have any reflection, it's going to be a very dark gray. If you start putting a little bit of light reflected back into the shadow, you'll start to see the yellow emerge. But it's not going to be yellow, it's more going to be like a murky green. The more light you put into it as a reflection, you're basically bouncing light in. The light being color start to show you the yellow again, because the lemon, its molecular structure, so it's bouncing the yellow. So when you're making got to remember why I was going down that road. So when you're making a painting, even something like this, if I treat every shadow with some version of a muted gray, right? Because lack of color means lack of light means lack of color. All shadows lack light, so they lack color. So if I create this murky, even like this color that I'm doing right now, this kind of purpley mud, I could paint every single shadow in the entire painting using this color. I can vary the value, make it a little darker or a little lighter depending on what it's on, and then paint each object in the color that it is, red and blue and green and yellow and whatever it is. The painting with this one color of shadow will still feel unified. The shadows will actually hold the painting together almost like glue. It'll hold all the different light colors together. It'll marry them. Okay. A little bit darker on this. Okay. And again, like for me, I don't want to put down this first pass as a true gray, so I'm building color into it. I keep going back. Like I'm adding black, and then I'm adding some of my English red. Just because it's going to maintain that kind of purpley feel, and I'm checking it against the value of the flag, the value of this. I want the jacket to be this dark or darker, right? And here it's quite a bit darker. I don't need it to be quite a bit darker right now, but I do want it to be at least this dark. And I want to make sure that I mix enough paint that I don't have to mix it twice. This is going to get thinned down quite a bit, so it needs to be a little bit darker, than I was originally. Like, it's got to look a little darker on here because when it's thinned down on the canvas, it's going to be a little bit lighter, allowing some of the canvas to show through. And I prefer, one other thing, when I'm doing this, I prefer the paints that I mix to be opaques that are thinned down rather than transparent colors. It's just a bias that I have. I find that after a glaze, a glaze color, a color that's translucent, after it dries, is a little bit more slippery. It doesn't have the same kind of tooth for the second layer. I like the feeling of an opaque paint as a first layer. And so I just thin the paint down more, I scrub it away more. I don't want the paint to be wet, I don't want it to run like watercolor. I'd rather put a little bit of medium in it, get the paint moving, and then kind of lay it down and scrub it away if I need. Anyway, so this is looking pretty good to me. And it's gonna go in a ton of places now. I know I'm going to be using a lot of oil here. So I just need to make sure I know where I am. So this is actually ledge. Come down here. Now I'm going to grab the background and the top of the table, treat it all as one, because this is actually a good color for the table as a base. It's actually better for the table than it is for the background. I can almost leave it the way it is. With the slightest bit of an adjustment to it later on, it'll function as the finished table. I'm going to leave a little bit of extra room in here because I know this red is going to get gobbled up by this stuff. So I'd rather push the red book out into the background. And again, part of this is I know where I'm going with this. None of this is guesswork. I know where I'm going. In fact, I'm just going to take up the whole table. Again.
How long will this pass take to dry?
It should be dry tomorrow.
When will you start on it again?
I will probably give it a couple of days. I may hold off until next week and do, or maybe Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and try to knock out the second pass. We will post the schedule. I want to, because I know this is a long day. But what we're going to do is I'll post so that people know when I'm working on the face, step 2, step 3. That way, if the face is all you're really interested in getting, you can come and watch that. If you're interested in watching when the apron or the jewelry or something else is being done, we try to give you a sense of when I'll be working on it so that you're not spending time watching me painting in the Flagstaff when you want to see a face. But we'll post once I know what it is the schedule's going to look like. I don't know that this will be dry tomorrow, so I don't want to say tomorrow. And it has to be bone dry before I start. It's got to be absolutely dry so the next pass doesn't lift anything that's already down. So in the interest of simplifying things, and again, which is what I was just talking about, being able to take one shadow and put it everywhere, I'm actually taking up everything around the metals. I'm going to come all the way to here. The leg right here. there's some variations in there, but I think that this is actually, it's a good starting color and value to really kind of hold the space. Easy to build into. It'll unify the painting. And I'm going to be able to leave a decent amount of this basically showing through and simply glaze over it. I'm not going to have to paint over it with an opaque pass. And the opaque passes are really what take up the time. A glaze you can do with a 6-inch roller. And here, just kind of delicately playing around the edges of these metals. That way I can use the color of the metals to push back out.
Hey Kevin,
Yeah.
would you consider using acrylic as your block-in?
It would be too difficult to create the gradients, but when we do vacant shadows, we actually do that. We use an acrylic as the supporting tone for the canvas, simply because it dries faster. Right, it dries faster, so rather than waiting for oil paint to dry, we just drop an acrylic and it does the job. I guess if you were working on a small enough piece, think about it, the benefit of acrylic is that it dries quickly. But the thing is, I'm not going to work on this again today. Once I've got this pass done, I don't mind letting it sit till tomorrow, right? And so in that, part of it is that it forces me to stop. It forces me to kind of let go of rolling through the painting and building up momentum and doing things that should take a little bit more thought. So like I said early on that this stage will tell me in a lot of ways what I'm going to do in the next. If I do this stage and I don't give myself a little bit of time to digest where it's led me, when I start the next pass, I'm very likely going to be doing it based on my original ideas about what I was going to be doing, not based on what's actually going on in the painting at this moment. And so I want to make sure that that I'm taking the time to think through where the painting is now that the first pass is done, right? And so taking the night and coming back to it the next day is not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. And so I'm taking the shadow that I'm using, and I'm mixing it into this shade, and it's gonna allow me to create darker golds back in here. I'm kind of coming down in here. Again, this is all shadow back in here. Like you can see this stuff, this is a column. It's not exposed, but it's probably the same as these. These are in brighter light. This is in light, this isn't. So, like you can see the drop off. This is gold up here. You can see the drop off, how much with less light there's less color. And so even here as I'm working, I don't want to impart very colorful gold in a place where you're going to have this kind of diminished color. I'm going to try to simplify it. This will work here, but it's not going to work over here. So I'm adjusting as I go. This kind of comes up to here. And again, the whole time I'm thinking about how one value plays against another, how this plays against this, so that I don't wind up with a big jump. These are easy to blend, which is what I want. Now, as I get into here, I'm just going to make it even. I'm going to drop a little bit more shadow in. Doesn't mean that it still has some of the gold in it, but it's just not as much. It becomes less and less gold as I go. So this is green, so it's going to be this. And I'm actually going to fill all of this. There are a couple of variations of color in there, but I'm going to use this to just unify the area. There's kind of like some pink and some green up in there, but I'm just going to push this whole thing back with this. And I'll deal with the variations in the next pass.
Question.
Yeah.
Why did you not put the bottom of the flag in while you're doing the rest of the flag?
Lack of forethought. Yes, I'm gonna have to deal with that now. I should have put it in at the time, and I get it crossed my mind, and then I moved on and I forgot about it. But yes, it would have been very smart of me to do that, because now I've got to, while you're doing it as an assembly line, it's really quick. Now, I don't even know if I have the colors. I may have to actually remix every one of them. Oh well, it happens. So, this down here.
Another question.
Yes.
Do you actually see the subtle or tone changing choice of color, or just know, for example, that there's red in there, not visible to the naked eye?
Like in here?
Yeah, I
Well,
think so.
for some of this stuff. So again, remember I said that the final painting only utilizes the photograph as a point of departure, nothing else. I don't want to be slavishly locked into this photograph. So I've made a decision somewhere along the way based on what's already going on here, that this purple mud is my shadow color. It's the base of every shadow in my painting. I've used it, kind of not even really thinking about it right from the beginning, so it seems like it's the natural thing for me to do. And again, there's experience. You could mathematically do it and say, I'm going to start with this subdued color and I'm going to put all my shadows in, and every shadow is going to be a variation of that. For me, I didn't start out, like I knew early on that I was going to be looking at purples, but I didn't know what exactly, and I didn't define it. I let the painting kind of tell me. And again, that's more theater. It's more, I've been doing this forever, and like as I was playing, it just kind of came to me. But there's a calculus for it. Like I can look around here. Yeah, and this dark stuff, it's not going to look like that when it's done, but this holds the place. But this color is in the flag, and it's in here, and it's in here. It's in almost all of the places where the shadows are not plugged up and really dark. Even in here, I'm seeing some of these brownish colors. So for me to just naturally go in and pick a color that I've found here and in the flag and back in here and say, well, you know what? I'm seeing of all of the shadows that I can make out a color, this is the color that I'm seeing that is dominant. Now I'm going to use it for everything, no matter what. And then later on, things that are bluer will get a little blue. Things that are greener will get a little green. But I don't have to start from nothing. I'm starting from something that unifies the whole painting, and then I will fracture it into its respective values and colors afterwards. But this is going to unify my painting. It's going to make the painting feel like it's one space. Where again, if I used a blue for this and a green up in here, and this was 3 different colors of a yellow, like a salmon and a lavender, this would all, it wouldn't feel unified. But if I break this up later on, very subtly, it's all being built on top of the same support. So this is almost like the metal structure that a building is made of. This is the metal frame. And then I'm like, when I make those changes, that's the brickwork on the outside. But the structure of the painting is being held up by these very simple single color value choices, or where they're being split just a little bit, not much. But I'm utilizing, like this in here is nothing but these. It's really just these two kind of toggle back and forth, and I'm filling in these large areas. Even the whole suit is going to be this. Now, the suit doesn't look anything, the tuxedo doesn't look anything like that. But it's going to be very easy to push the tuxedo to this from here.
Looks like the feed's getting cut, so
We'll break?
Yeah,
And then
the
come
Wi-Fi
back
web network Art Academy does not appear to be connected to the internet. Oh, now people are saying it's back on.
Okay.
Is it back on? Can you guys post in the comments? We'll just see. I'm getting a yes. They're hearing us. Okay, so
So here I'm just taking out the edge. So again, you can see in the photograph, this edge is a lot less distinct of the flag than this over here. So that's already starting to manifest itself just by knocking the edges down. And again, if I need to establish a sharper edge later in a subsequent pass, I can do that. But for now, I'm just knocking the stuff down. And again, I'm going to come back. I'm going to take some of this out. Again, I want to be able to see some of the landmarks that are in here. There's not really much, but a couple of the landmarks, I'll re-grab them just by scrubbing out, right? And you can see this is very, very soft. There's a little bit more medium in the paint down here. So it's not as dark or as solid. I'm going to leave this alone because I got a lot of blending to do in here. And again, if I want to, I can leave this stuff. I know it's going to be made darker. I know it's going to be changed in color. There's a lot of things that are going to be done with it. I can just leave these strokes in here, and they add, again, if they were what I wanted, they would add a particular personality to the paint. The paint starts to feel like the paint has a more of a personality in each stroke. Again, it's not what I want because this is such a complex painting. All of these metals, all of this regalia, it doesn't need this. This becomes background noise if there's something going on there. Yeah.
People are enamored with your easel.
Oh. Yeah, this is the Hue easel. They make these counterweighted easels. So this thing will handle, it's actually only open to like half of its size. This thing will handle a massive painting. And if you counterbalance it with the weights properly, you'll be able to move it up and down with one finger. It's not counterbalanced properly. We have paintings kind of in and out on this thing. So, but yeah, this is a really sweet easel to work on. It moves both side to side, and it's got about a 7 or 8 foot track, and it goes up to about, I can bring this up to like 6 feet, something like that.
How'd you get it?
A buddy of mine had it and was not using it anymore, and so we went up and I took it off his hands, and we needed a 14-foot truck to move it. We got a 12-foot truck and it didn't fit. 14-foot truck, it comes apart, but it's still big and it's heavy. I mean, it's a few hundred pounds. It's heavy, but it's beautiful. It's handmade mahogany.
That easel is a medieval torture device.
Yes, it does look like one. So, just want to make sure. I'm just going to scrub back in here. And again, all I'm doing is putting a little bit more pressure. I just want to see some of my marks. I know I'm going over this again, so I have all these clean, straight lines for this architecture in here. I don't want to surrender them. I want to be able to see them so that it's quick work later on. Just kind of break this up a little bit.
Got a question here.
Yes.
The photograph has so much visual clutter. Will
Yeah.
you choose to simplify some things?
Well, that's actually what I'm doing by using a single color value for the background right now and for the jacket. I'm trying to simplify it. Unfortunately, when you're doing a painting for a client, So I didn't photograph this. That's the first thing. This is a traditional photograph for this thing, and so I didn't have a say in this. This is what it has to look like. That being said, because it's going to sit in a room with 49 other portraits that span 100 years, it has to look like this as a final painting. I don't get a lot of room for artistic license. And that's fine. That's the nature of doing this for a living. Had I photographed it, I might have handled it differently. If it wasn't part of a much broader collection that is literally hundreds of years old, yeah, I mean, there are things that I might have done differently, but there's something to be said for tradition. There's something to be said for this fitting into the collection, to not look like a standalone. Now, what I do have at my disposal is color value and edge. So I can blur out some of these things, making them softer and setting them back more. I can unify the background and take out all these variations and make them subtler, making them fall away, soften the edge and make the difference between them a little bit less obvious. Put it in, but leave it a little less obvious, and this falls back as one shape. The flag then I can do that with all of this, everything that's on that back wall. I can then do the same with the flag, not bring the highlights on the flag up as much, and then leave only the strongest lights in him. Strongest colors, contrasts, and sharpest edges in him, and everything else will fall back away. Imagine cutting him out, taking the rest of the photograph and blurring it and subduing the color a little bit, and you get a sense of what I can do with it. And I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to do. Again, I have to stay true to what's here. But at the same time, I want to deliver the best painting possible. And so, as a professional, this is what you do. You manage the expectations of a client against what is the best painting. And so the expectations of the client are that the painting be a good representation of the photograph. And so that takes away certain freedoms from me to simply do what I like and what I may feel is best from the standpoint of a painting. But this is a portrait, and even though a portrait is a painting, a portrait is specific to the person. Like if I were painting somebody's child, I'm not taking too many artistic licenses with that painting. They want their child the way they want their child. And if you take a photograph, say you take 100 photographs and they like one, that's what you paint. If you're doing it from life, it's different. And arguably doing it from life gives you a little bit more latitude there because they don't have a thing and they say, I like the eye from that photograph, do that one. You just painting the kid kind of as he or she is in the moment. Anyway, so I think I'm going to leave it like this. Some of the lines are visible, some of them aren't. I'm not going to sweat it too much. There's a little corner in here I wanted to grab. Okay, and I'm going to just leave the rest of this the way it is. This edge is obscured, which is nice. This edge is still a little too sharp. Again, I can always sharpen it later on. Can always take the sharp edges out. You can't get rid of them later. Or you can, but it's a lot of work. So again, fan brush, I'm just going to kind of go over everything and make sure I don't leave any unintended brush strokes behind. Marry my edges, smooth out some of the stuff. Again, some of this is a little strong, so I'm going to knock it down just a little bit. I'll leave a little bit here, but not, just break it up a little bit. It's a big dark area. I don't want to have anything overly light or sharp edged jumping out of it. If I want something like that, I will put it in intentionally. I do leave that variation so it feels like there's movement back here. And I'm probably going to take this out. This is an open window. So I'm probably going to take that out. It doesn't have any value. It just happens to be in the space. So And again, all I'm doing is making sure that this feels kind of smoky, but there's no hard edges, there's nothing to distract from this stuff out here. And again, easy while it's wet. If I let this thing sit, it'll be a fight to get rid of this later on. But while it's wet, easy enough to just kind of knock the stuff down and get rid of it. Okay, that's good. I'm going to drop in my red book. Again, I'm actually going to knock the red down just a little bit. Again, easier for me to make it a little bit subdued, bring it a little bit more in line with everything that's here, and then simply dust over it later on and make it more dynamic. Again, to start, I'm just going to kind of come up to these edges. So like a red like this is less likely to be dry tomorrow. You know, and, same with yellows. If you're using yellows straight, they're less likely to dry overnight. The paint is very thin, so it's not really, it shouldn't be a problem. Again, I mean, in this way, I'm almost just toning the canvas. And this will be easy enough for me. Like when I do a second pass on top of this red, it's going to make it good and solid. It'll make it feel solid. So, I'm creating a mixture between the background color and the book just for this outer edge, just a little bit. We've got gold down in here, so we grab that again. Again, and you can see like I'm using the same colors over and over and over, trying not to venture out into a completely different range of colors. Try to utilize these things. Again, I have lots of room. A little bit darker. I'm mixing that gold with a little bit of this darker shade. I have a lot of room later on to change this stuff, but by keeping this simple at the beginning, it allows me to create a unified argument for what's going on here. And then as I build it out, I'll then decide, based on where it is, how far to push it in one direction or another away from where it is. Again, if I can look here and I can say, well, some of the, so in the photograph, some of these marks are lighter than what's down, and some of them are darker. So I can nudge a little darker and a little bit lighter from here and explain all of the things that are darker and lighter and they're all going to be darker and lighter relative to this. It's so much easier with this fixed point to then decide darker or lighter, rather than what shade is that, what color is that. So I can say, I've got a thing going around here that is a little bit lighter and a little bit warmer, like a little bit more gold. That's easy to figure out against this, right? That's like cooking and saying it needs a little bit more salt, right? If you don't have any salt, let's say you make a big pot of stew and there's no salt in it, you taste it, it's like, it needs salt, right? So how much salt do you put in? But if you salted it along the way, even tasting it, then you get to the end and you taste it and it's like, it needs just a little bit more pepper, a tiny bit more salt, a little bit more of this, right? Now you're talking about an incremental, tiny little amount of adjustment to get it where it wants to be. Where if you try to figure out, I mean, you might be talking about a cup of salt into something if the pot is big enough. But that's a dangerous place to go, right? This is the nudge. This is that little bit extra salt, right? Even if you think about it, like if you made that stew and you ladled out a bowl for yourself, now you're just going to tweak your own bowl. This becomes a bowl. This becomes a bowl, right? This is one bowl of stew, and I'm going to now flavor it with just enough salt for this bowl, enough pepper, enough whatever it is that I need to make this the perfect bowl. I'm not worried about the whole. The whole is really kind of taken care of in this first pass. It's unified. Now I'm going to take from the big bowl, the big pot, and make each bowl exactly what I want it to be for my taste in that moment. Okay. I'm going to leave the red for now. I want to get...
Somebody had asked earlier, what brushes are you using?
We have a broad range of brushes. I'm actually, at the moment, I've got a whole bunch of them. I've got, this one is Robert Simmons Titanium. I like these a lot. I like the long handles for big paintings. The little fan brushes, and most of the brushes I'm using right now are those. And I have Royal and Langnickel Mini Majestic fan brushes that are like 20-0 and 30-0 or something like that. But that's basically what I'm working with. And so Evolve, Old Holland makes brushes for Evolve. And these are actually handmade. And that's basically the majority of what I'm using otherwise. But again, they're small handles. In the Evolve program, we work in small paintings. It's a little bit weird to work on something so big with a brush so short. They're great brushes though. Okay, so I gotta go back in now and reinvent my my white that I used for the flag. I'm gonna play with that first. It's not going to be exact. See? Everybody makes misjudgments along the way. So it's going to be close enough. And I'm going to be using this for... I'm going to be using it for the gloves as well as the bottom of the flag. Always best to not keep your wet brush in your hand while you're moving your... Come on. I need tips right there. Fortunately, my painting's wet because I just scratched it. Cut it from halfway. Another piece of this. Thank you. Good. Okay, so this, fortunately, not a big deal. Same with this. Probably better to have wiped it and then to just kind of smush it in there, but gloves.
Richard Dumont said, "One thing I love about how Kevin teaches is he relates painting to real-world ideas and situations."
I try. You know, it's like you think about it. If you wanted to learn, I have a brother. He's a computer scientist, works with algorithms, and you know, he tries to explain things to me that he's working on. He gets so excited about them, and I have no idea what he means. And so, like, between us, we found ways of explaining what we do to each other. To each other. Like when he explains computer science to me, I explain art to him. What we found is that what we do is very similar. You would think computer science and painting, how could they possibly be similar? But they actually are. A little bit more. It's a little bit too purple. But it was hard to see it until we started explaining it to each other, each of our respective fields, with language that wasn't related to what we do. It was hard for him to understand painting when I explained it from a painting standpoint. It was so easy when I was talking about painting to get so caught up in what I know that I think everybody knows, where if you explain it as cooking or driving or, you know, whatever else you compare it to, you're not assuming that the person understands any of the comparisons. So you explain every comparison. Right? Like the idea of language. If you think of this as a language and you think of it as words, you have to explain everything like an alphabet. But if I say to you fundamentals in art, what is that? Some people think perspective is a fundamental. And I'd argue that perspective is almost irrelevant if you can see. So, like fundamentals, that word has different meanings to different people. But if I say alphabet to you, in language, you know exactly what an alphabet is. And so it becomes easier for somebody to explain what they understand because there's no assumption that you and I are speaking the same language, right? Well, I know if I'm speaking about the alphabet and words and vocabulary and grammar and poetry, we all know what that is. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It's the same. Those things mean the same thing. In art, if I say value, you might think I mean one thing because someplace you heard it and explained as one thing, and I might mean it as something else. And the moment we get that split, every word that follows diverges further from the idea that you're trying to share with me or I'm trying to share with you. So to me, it makes a lot more sense to take it away from art and turn it into a conversation about something that is so common that we couldn't have a miscommunication in the translation. I try to do that a lot, and I do it all the time in the program. So again, this glove, even though I know this glove is white, it is starting nice and dark. It'll marry in here beautifully with everything else. Get the other glove as well. And so when we teach this technique in the program, we actually start it in grayscale. Because it's easier to make sense of it without color and think of it just as values. We didn't start out that way, but it made sense. That's another thing. For those of you who aren't in the program, the Evolve program is constantly evolving. We didn't think about it when we named the program, but it was the perfect name because the program is constantly developing. It's constantly being changed and traded out for better ways of explaining things. And the students in the program have been instrumental in teaching us where we thought we'd made the best possible sense of something and that we didn't think that there was a better way of explaining it. And they've shown us where that was not the case, which has been great. You know, even as an instructor, I'm learning from the students. And that's a good thing. The program benefits from the insights of the students. here, I'm just trying to drop that flag in. Yeah, I wish I had done this earlier. It happens. And again, it's not going to make much of a difference. Like, even if these are different, subtly different, or even significantly different, it's really not going to make that much of a difference because the lights are going to all read the same if I remember to do them all at once. And so the shadows just become background. Like they don't jump out and define the flag, the color of the flag. It's the lights that are going to do that. Again, even now, I'm just randomly mixing up a shade for the red shadow. Again, I want it to be close, but I'm not worried about it being perfect. Yeah, close enough. I'm not careless with it. I don't want to give that impression, but I'm not sweating it. Like, it just has to, again, it's not, you'll see like later on, it's not going to be front and center. The lights are really going to overtake the shadows. And so the shadows, as long as they hold the space and they make sense, that they don't distract. Again, if this were green and this one right up here, when I put the reds in on top of the green, it's going to look funny. But as long as I'm in the ballpark, it's okay. And this is another one of those things, like, there's a lot more room. There's a lot more room to play around in painting than most people realize. We get so paralyzed, worried about not getting the right color, the right stroke. There's so much room to play once you get comfortable with the fact that there's room to play. You realize that, again, there's almost nothing you can do if you're working thoughtfully that you can't undo, and there's almost nothing that you can do that will really ruin a piece of art. And anything that you do, potentially, and I mean it should in pretty much every case, make you better, right? Because you think about, if you do something and it works out really well and you know what you did because you did it with intent, you now know that works and you can use it over and over and build on it. If you do something and it doesn't work, you know what you were trying to do and you know why you did what you did, and the fact that it didn't work now tells you more about the thing that you thought. It changes your thinking about the ideas that you believed would get you the result. And that is an education, right? And the reality is that we don't usually win. We don't usually learn from our wins. We learn from our losses. Right? You think about an athlete goes out on the field and they play a sport and they win, and what do? They pat themselves on the back and they go party. They don't stop to think about all of the things they did wrong along the day. That's what coaches do. But players don't think like that. They're just excited they won, they went out there, they gave it their all, they walked off with a victory. The people who lose the game, they become introspective and it makes them better. They don't want to have that happen again, so they figure out why it happened and they fix it. And so when you're doing this, understanding that what we think of as failures are opportunities to expand our skill set. Our failures, as we perceive them, are the limits of our understanding. And so what do? We take that limit and figure out, again, as long as you're working on things that make sense to you. If you're just throwing paint down, it doesn't work. But if you are thinking, if I do this, this, and this is the result I should get, and you do the three things, and it doesn't give you the result, you should have a good understanding at that point of why it didn't work. And if you don't understand, there's a chance that if you just took a little bit of time to think about it, you could make sense of it. And in that is your education, right? That's the all too valuable experience that I'm talking about, right? The experience doesn't come from the wins as much as it does from the losses. We just get excited about our work. Like, you think about it, imagine if you did a painting like the Mona Lisa. You're like, wow, look at this. And people are like cheering you on, and you're not sitting in your room while everybody else is bouncing around going, oh man, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? You may come back around on it, and there'll be things that you think you could have done better. And because most artists actually wind up there with everything they do. Most artists, after they finish something, they get a couple of paintings down the road. They might like a painting they did, but they see its shortcomings. And that's good because that means that they're better now than they were when they did it. It means they're growing, they're developing their skills further. And so, but the thing is, when you're enjoying the success of the thing, you're not stopping in that moment when how you did it is so fresh in your mind that you could capitalize on it. You're just enjoying everybody's reaction to your work. And though it's good to stop and do that, you also want to take every piece you do as an opportunity to get better. That way people are cheering you on for the next piece. Then the next piece, not only is it better, but it wasn't as hard to do. It was easier to get a better result, or easier to get an equal result at the very least. Right? But you have to welcome that introspection when you win and when you lose in order to be able to get that growth. And so what I always tell the students in the school to do, when they finish a piece of art, you ask yourself the question, if I were going to start this painting over right now, what would I do differently? Right? And it's not a week after the painting is done. You finish the painting, you sign it because it's done. Sit down, put your brushes down, become a spectator. Right? The brush in your hand makes you an active participant. I don't want you fixing your painting. What I want you to do is look at it and say, if I did it again from scratch right now, what would I do differently? Like, where did I struggle? Did I figure stuff out, right? If you know, like the answer to what would I do differently is actually the same answer as what did you learn, right? Because if you would do certain things differently, it's because you learned that the way you went about it was not as efficient as it could have been. Didn't yield the result that you wanted, but the experience told you how to get the result you do want, right? And so the idea is, if I ask you what did you learn, it's very hard to answer. But if I ask you what you would do differently, chances are, if you were in control the whole time you were painting, you would know exactly what you would tackle in a different way. Whether it would be in the transfer, or it would be a different canvas that you would work on, or you would have mixed all your colors up front instead of doing them one at a time, or that you went too warm and you should have been a little bit cooler. Like, you would know what to change to get a better result. And if you ask yourself that question and then clearly explain to yourself in language, like, use your words. Don't just like let it be smoke in the air. Define it with language carefully. What you would do differently. The next painting, you'll be able to apply that knowledge. You'll be able to see where that knowledge would make a difference in the next painting. If you don't use the words, if you don't explain it to yourself, chances are your next painting will not benefit from what you did figure out, because you won't really remember it. It'll kind of come and go like a dream. And you want to try to avoid that. If you're going to go through the process of doing a painting, you want to make sure you walk out on the other end with knowledge that you've earned through the practice of actually making the painting. Again, even the red book, kind of push in, dissolve the edges. Anyway, I'm just, I finished off, just scrubbed back down on the hands, blended out all my edges. I obscured this quite a bit down in here. And now I'm just scribbling in my, all of this regalia in here. And again, keeping it very simple. I may drop a couple of little things in here. I could leave it like this. Or I could go in and I could kind of define some of these gaps in here, right? And again, it all depends on like what I feel like doing. I don't have to, because I can easily put in all the darks in between afterwards. So, but just to give you an idea, if I wanted to, I could go in and I could define these things to whatever degree I want. And so at the moment, I'm actually dropping some red in around all of this. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow me to give an impression. If I choose to leave it in later on, the red will make the gold look a little bit like it's glowing, emanating light that's bouncing off of it. Okay. Again, get a little bit darker up in here. So, and again, you can see, I mean, this is a whole bunch of metals. Obviously, a lot of detail is going to go in there later on. But at this stage, the details are not necessary, right? So just take my edges down. I just want to get some local explanation. Get each one of these little colors in place, you know, an overall sense of what's going on here. Again, I can go darker and I can go lighter from these golds and these reds, but it's much easier to figure out where to go lighter and where to go darker than to figure out what something should be right from the beginning. So starting to establish these things early makes it a little bit easier for me later in my second pass. In some places I'm going to be able to move very quickly, and other places I'm going to spend quite a bit of time. Like obviously the details in these metals are going to take some time. They're going to take some time if I'm, you know, doing a good job of painting them faithfully, right? If I just hint at them, then they'd be pretty quick, a few highlights and a little bit of glazing to push back some darker areas. But if I'm trying to detail them, so that because each one of them has a meaning, so if I try to detail them and really kind of tighten them up, that's going to take time. I'll be in here for, you know, probably a few hours just in this little space, right? So again, here I've got lots of little variations in here, which will allow me some crossover from golds into some of these reds. And again, it's just a blur. Make sure all of my outer edges are soft before I go in with a bigger fan brush. Again, even going back behind the hand in here. Just make sure everything is married softly. And again, lots of things going on in here. What you might think of as contamination of backgrounds and reds into the golds. But again, remember, all of these golds, they're just backgrounds. All of the important information is going to go on top. It's going to be painted in on top. So this is just holding a space for me. And again, like, when I do this, you'll see I cover the drawing and then I brush until I lift. Better to do that than to load up your paint with oil, okay? You don't want to create a glaze and then paint on top of that. You want this to be paint, more paint and less oil, okay? There's, for those of you who oil paint, there's a thing, we call it fat over lean. And the idea is that you want paint that has less oil closer to the canvas and paint with more oil as you build out layers, right? So you wouldn't put down a couple of thin passes with a lot of oil and then put down paint that has almost no straight out of the tube paint on top of that. That's not going to give you a painting that's going to last. That painting is going to come apart on you probably in your lifetime. And so you want to make a painting that is going to endure. And so we want to make sure that we're working with less oil against the canvas and more oil as we move forward. And so the reason that I put this down and I scrub away is because I'm putting down paint that has only a little bit of oil in it. And as I work away, as I scrub, I'm lifting it and I can see my drawing, but the paint doesn't have any excess oil. My next layer will have probably a little bit more oil than this does, and then my last layer will be a glaze, which will be probably a 60-40 mixture paint to medium. And so I want to make sure that my lower layers have less oil. Again, so here just kind of knocking this around, letting these things just come together, making sure I can see any important marks that I need. And again, I can get pretty aggressive with this if I want to get back down to my drawing. I mean, I could literally go in here and just wipe out like that. I just lifted a lot of paint. Now we'll just kind of smooth this back out. And again, the majority of this stuff, even as it is, easy enough to just paint it with just this reference material. Again, I want to be able to paint into it so that you can see it. So I'm kind of pushing back down to the drawing a little bit more. I want you to be able to see it so that you can make sense of what I'm doing. And again, I recommend for this technique always starting with good drawings underneath, and then as you get better at it, practice it without a drawing at all. It's easy to make sense of it with the drawing. You'll find that the first pass when you do it without a drawing barely looks like anything. And if it's the first painting you do, you'll probably be afraid that there's no way to recover from the mess you've made. When the truth is that's probably exactly what it's supposed to look like. So, anyway. So even though I've pushed this out, I just want to make sure this edge is soft so that when I push background back in against it later on, I don't have to worry about an abrupt edge needing to be covered. And once I've got this, I'll then go back in with my fan brush, just make sure everything is smooth. Right. And so, making sure it's all smooth. Again, remember, I guess you're doing this. This process is going to be built up. Nothing is expected to look finished at this stage, and it's so easy to expect more out of the first pass than you really want, right? If you push the first pass too far, you start getting details into it. It kind of messes with the process, and then the second stage, you have to kind of adjust the second stage to now do less, maybe take on certain things that the first pass didn't do because you were worried about kind of getting details in place or maintaining edges. So the idea is that the first pass should be nothing more than a hint at what's to come. Nothing more. And again, allowing things to blend together. This glove is now a mixture of this and the gray that went down and even some of the red. It's no longer anything like what the original color was. The flag is completely obscured down here. Even the edge of the table obscured. These metals this color takes up much more space than it actually will in the final painting, right? And it's all okay. And again, what you're trying to get today is more ideas as opposed to a solid technique. You're not going to learn this technique just by watching me do it. I'm juggling too many things too quickly, and 90%, 95% of what I'm juggling is in here. It's not on the brush, it's not on the palette, it's not on the painting. It's in my head. And so you're not going to be able to learn the technique from this, but there may be some ideas that you walk away with that you'll be able to then take and maybe make your work better. Things that you may run into a problem and you wonder, like, how do I get past that? Maybe this will give you some ideas. And especially not this first pass, but what is to come on top of it. When you see how easy it is to make these things come to life on top of this, that's when, like in the second and the third pass, it'll really start to make sense. You have to see all three stages in order to really understand the power of this technique. So I'm gonna jump in here and get his jacket now. And again, I'm just looking to unify all of this. Actually, no, it's not there. And actually, I'm going to push this all the way out here. So all of this back in here is going to be done with this one shade. And again, like just paying attention to what is what. I don't want to put this in a place where it doesn't belong. It's going to play nicely with this up in here. I want to be careful not to mess with that edge too much. So the color value is very close. So I'm going to try to leave that edge alone because this is already sticky. If I start to put wet paint that's not sticky into it, it's going to start to peel away. It's going to kind of roll over itself. All right, how many people have been here since the beginning? Who stayed the course here?
Let's see.
There's a lot of time to listen to one guy blather on and just make a blob of a painting.
Maybe no one. Not seeing any responses yet. Rachel Saltz has. One of our students.
Yes, I know Rachel's. Rachel,
And
thank
Sarah
you.
Price. Please keep going. Richard Dumont, who's been pretty active, he says he's missed 20 minutes.
Okay.
Suzanne Bang missed the first hour.
Suzanne.
Aprilline has been here most of the time, another one of our students. Beverly Thatcher. Lisa Harbison is working on her own painting assignment while she's watching. She's always been pretty prolific. And Joseph Alexander has also been here since he started.
Good. Okay.
And Rebecca Pearson.
Cool.
Got some fans.
I don't know if I could have sat through this whole thing. It's one thing to be painting it, it's another thing to be a spectator. I appreciate everybody though. I hope that it's been at the very least entertaining, hopefully a little bit educational. See, I always find the first pass the hardest because you have to get it done in one sitting. So I'm stuck here. 3 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours, doesn't matter what it runs. I have to get it done in one pass because I won't be able to marry a wet edge to a dry edge later on. So all of this has to be done now. The second pass, I can do sections and I can do 2 hours here, 2 hours there, and kind of work it up to a final. But the first pass, it demands that it be done in one shot. Again, even here, marrying the edge of the book, pulling the reds up into the jacket, right? Just letting everything come together. Not, I want all of this mixed. I want it all blended. These reds might be really beautiful later on, or I might decide to take them out. But if they're there, I have the option. The edge on the book, just let it dissolve. I can always establish the red of the book and make a sharp corner if I need. Okay, we're back to that white again. Okay. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with the purple and the gold. You know what, I'm gonna get the white in first. Yeah, back to remixing. And again, just trying to stick with what I've already got down. Not looking to create anything that's a departure from this. I'm still working with the same colors. I'm picking up dirty oil with other paint in it. Just... Ooh, that was a little too much oil. Just trying to make sure... So this is a little bit lighter, which is fine. I'm going to be careful not to push up into the face. I'm just going to let that flesh tone stay there on the tie. And again, I don't mind some of the flesh tone sitting in the tie, flavoring it a little bit. Most of this is going to be covered with white anyway, but these shadows, if they're a little bit like this and they've got a little bit of the flesh tone or a little bit of this in it, it just makes it feel like it fits in the space better, right? If it doesn't have any warmth in it, it won't feel like it's connected so much to his face. So again, just like for me, I'm just dropping a little bit of that coloration in there. It's not going to do much. It doesn't look like much, but it does, again, helps. It helps to connect these things. Just a little bit of that, little bit of warmth.
Somebody is asking if the jacket is indigo.
If the jacket is black. It's just a traditional tuxedo. So I'm gonna get all of the whites in here now. That way I don't have to look at it again. So again, even around all of this detail, I don't want to treat it like it's details. I'm just... It's so easy, again, like when you do a transfer, it's so easy to get caught up in the fact that, oh, I have a line here, I've got to like work within the line. We're not worried about that.
I'm gonna come around you.
All right, I'm just trying to get everything covered. All of the things that separate one thing from another will all be handled later on. And so getting comfortable with this thing, having all these soft edges and things not necessarily being exactly where they go, and allowing that to be so that in the next pass, we've got nice underpinnings that feel like the image is one image instead of a bunch of little things kind of pushed together. That's what we're shooting for right now. So those are all my whites. I think I'm gonna just knock this thing out while I'm down here. Golds. Yeah, so this is all gold.
Move the table over.
Hmm?
Gonna move the table over.
And again, even though these golds are kind of different, like this and this, they're different, their underpinnings can be the same. And just when I deal with the lights, I'll handle them differently.
Which brush are you using?
I am using a number 4 filbert. That's another thing. I like filberts for doing this kind of work. I like filberts. Filbert's a really versatile brush. It's kind of, to me, it's like the universal brush. I don't know that it's perfect for anything, but it does everything well. Like for each thing, there's probably a better brush, but I don't want to have 100 brushes for Daniel to clean when I'm done. It's not nice. That was Daniel laughing, thinking he's not cleaning the brushes.
Oh, I know.
I'm trying to keep the brushes to a minimum. Okay. All right, so again, like you can see, like now that I'm like I've got the whites down and now I'm starting to do the golds, I'm not separating one gold thing from another. I'm just kind of laying all the gold in all at one time. Again, I know it's not the same, but it doesn't have to be. For what I'm doing, I'm going to be able to make greater sense of it later on. So I'm kind of on the fence. And again, this is one of those things like as you work, you have to make decisions. All of these objects in here, getting the purple around them is going to be a bit of a pain. I'm not even sure if it's realistic in this pass. I think I'm actually going to go a little bit darker, and then I'm just going to... So I think it's going to be easier to get a shade that's going to fit better with the purple. at least on these things in here. And then put the purple in around it. Try to keep the values very similar.
What do you use to clean the brushes?
Soap and water. We don't use solvent. But so what we'll do is we'll use the oil, our medium, to clean the brush out a little bit. And then we'll use just ivory soap. Again, we try to stay away from things that are toxic, try to stay away from things that are not good for the environment. Solvents are terrible. I mean, they're terrible. They're not good for us. They're not good for the environment. There's everything that you could possibly think of being bad. Solvents ring those bells. So we try to stay away from it. The only thing we actually use that has a solvent in it is the alkyd medium. And like I said, for people who are not interested in working with it, you can work without it. The drying time is greatly diminished, and it gives you that kind of sticky feeling that I was talking about earlier in the paint. And so another thing, like when you're working, like you can see this kind of, not that this is dragging on, but this is a lot of work. Like, you know, I start doing a painting like this, it's a lot of work. I've got to stay focused the whole time. I'm on my feet for hours. I can't step away because I can't let the paint dry while I'm working. So I'm really kind of stuck here tackling this. And it's easy to start rushing and letting the quality of your work diminish. You want to make sure that you don't do that. You want to make sure that the quality of your work from start to finish in the process is the same. Right? And generally speaking, the way to do that is to maintain your pace. Whatever your pace is when you start, try to maintain it through the painting. Right? Because pace is really where we try to make up to get done. We move faster to get done with the painting so that we can move on to whatever it is we want to do, TV show, just getting off our feet, having a meal. Like for me, when I'm working on something like this first pass, I said it's the hardest pass. Like I don't even stop for food. I don't want to take a break and then come back and find that something started to get sticky that I needed to stay, to be otherwise. I don't want to have to fight with the material, so it's easier to just see it through start to finish. But that's definitely a commitment. There's a commitment in there. If you're working on something smaller, the commitment is much, much less. But again, I've been on my feet now like 5 hours. I don't sit when I work. You can't sit in front of a painting this size. So I don't sit when I'm working on something like this. I'm on my feet the whole time. And I can say, like, even for me, there are places that I could probably kind of cut some corners and fudge this stuff. Even for me, fighting that impulse, it's necessary in order to be able to produce good work. And it doesn't matter who you are. We all have that impulse. That impulse, it rears its ugly head. It doesn't matter who you are. Recognizing it when you start to feel that way, and getting control over it so that you can see the piece through at the same quality that you started it. It's a practiced skill. And that's where most people kind of fail when they make art, is they get to a point where they get frustrated, they want to see something done, and so they speed up. And in doing so, they sacrifice the quality of their work. So this, I know that I'm going to be kind of dropping in purple around it. And it's almost going to be a waste because the purple is going to turn gray with all this gold. Even some of this out a little bit. Just make sure I haven't missed anything. So I'm just kind of going around the image to make sure that I've not missed anything that needs to be gold down in here before I move on. Oh, it appears this band is gold. Once I've got this in, I'm going to just knock all of this down so I can see through it, and then I will put my purple in. Get this all the way in. And you'll find that as you get closer to the entire canvas being covered, the painting will start to feel more solid. It always feels like even at each stage, it'll feel unfinished in that stage until the whole canvas is filled. And so getting everything filled is critical to getting the feel that the painting is coming together. Again, just looking for places where I might have missed something. No, we'll leave that out. I was originally going to put it as a dark shade in here. I was going to put it in, but I'm going to leave it out. It's easier to put it in later on. Yeah, so this is feeling pretty good about this. I'm going to go in and take down some of these edges. It's funny, like, so this out here is tassels. I could actually really kind of create the tassels almost with the brush strokes if I wanted to. It's not my intent, but I could almost explain the tassels just by pulling the background in and the gold out. Later on, I would put a few highlights in it, and that would probably do a great job with just some very expressive brush strokes to create the impression of those tassels. And again, that's more of an impression. It can be tightened up, but it's going to read more like an impression. That sound effect is Bailey. She's our resident beagle. She hangs out here at the school sometimes. So again, just
Bailey.
marrying these edges.
Bailey.
That's Bailey. So. And again, even this stuff, try to take the edges away. I don't want any edges. Like, that's one of the biggest things with this technique, is that the idea is that you don't want any defined edges at the beginning. The sharp edges are so easy to put in, but you can't get rid of them once they're in. So we don't want them in the painting until it's time for them to be in the painting. And so, just gonna push the gold out. I know that the apron is going to get almost pure white laid into it in the areas that are right now kind of gray. So I can push the gold out into it, knowing that I'll use the white paint later on to then solidify the shapes of these golden objects. And again, I want to get all this done because when I put the purple down, it's not going to play very nicely with the gold, and so I don't want to then be blending the gold around it. I'd like to have all of this stuff done so that when I put the purple down, it's just a little bit of finessing the edges. Right, so on the color wheel, violet and yellow are on opposite ends of the spectrum, and so if you mix them together, you get gray. And we're working so hard to maintain color in this first pass. The last thing we want to do is put together two things that are both, with two colors that are both very, very colorful. The purple and the gold here are both very dynamic. And the last thing I want to do is put them together and strip away both of the colors in the process. I want to keep as much of the color intact as I can. And so it's easier to do all of the work with the gold and then lay the purple in and just very, very gently marry things. Right, because some of this stuff I have to scrub back down, so there's a lot of things to do. And I can do them at this stage without worrying about what it's going to do to the purple around it. Once the purple goes down, I've got to be very careful about dragging one thing into another. Again, like I was saying with the fan brush, one or two strokes might be fine. It might give you a beautiful effect. The third stroke could ruin the painting or the area. And so we want to be very careful not to do that if we can help it. we're getting there. We're almost done. And just making sure everything is soft, even, blended, that I can see whatever lines I do need. Don't want to lose those markers. I'm being pretty aggressive with this fan brush. We're kind of scraping back down a little bit. Again, I want to make sure that I've got landmarks. So I've got more than enough of the gold underpinnings. Okay. What am I doing with this violet? So the violet blue, and it's pretty dark. So I'm comparing it to this. I want it to be a bit lighter. Not a lot, just a little bit. Again, it doesn't have to be the finished color. It just needs to be a good so that's a little bit too much of a jump, though it's close to this. It's too much of a jump here. I'm going to get it a little bit closer. Right, because it's got to play nicely with the gold. So that's a little bit better. It's still a couple of values apart, but that's not so bad. They are distinctly different in the painting, and so I can't expect to simply create something that's going to pull them together perfectly, but that's pretty good. So here, I'm going to be a bit more careful with this as I put it in. And I am going to pay attention to like what I'm butting it up against. Now again, I don't know, I never really know if this is the best way to do it. Experience tells me that this will probably work fine. I may have to paint these purples heavily in the next pass because they are pretty thin. And the truth is, it might even be better to leave them out. Like, I'm looking at that as an option now, to maybe just leave it out and then just paint in the purple directly. And I'm actually thinking, like, as I'm looking at this, I think that's the way to go. So here's an opportunity. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking that if I just paint the whole thing gold and then I just render in around these gold shapes the purple, I'll have exactly what I'm looking for. So rather than play games with this purple and fight with it, I'm just going to take the purple out and I'm going to paint the whole thing gold. Now, it's not a guarantee that that's the way to go, but I have a plan for this. It wasn't the original plan, but I'm concerned about this not looking, or the violet that I'm putting down right now, not moving the painting forward in a meaningful way. So I'm just going to lift it, get as much of it out of there as I can. And I'm going to go back to my gold, and I'm going to fill I'm just going to fill everything with gold. And again, it'll make sense when you see me later on and I put the purple in and you see the purple do what it's supposed to do, it'll all make sense. But again, this is one of those things, experience tells me this is the way to go. I'm only putting this where where the purple goes, not where the white will go. This will also make it a little bit easier for me to see my lines. Like if I put the purple down, it potentially disguises lines, where if it's all gold, it should be pretty obvious where the lines are. So again, a little unintended simplification. It wasn't in the original plan, but it's making a lot of sense to me now while I'm working. Now, I may have to do 2 passes of violet to get it to cover completely, but the plan is 3 passes over the whole painting. So even if I've got to put in 2 opaque passes of violet, I'm still within what the plan is. Even though I've made an adjustment that I'm not putting any violet in the first pass. I'm still going to stay within my 3 passes. So, big brush, knock this down. That's actually, this feels right to me. So, which is good. Always good when you do something and it feels like it's the right choice. And you get a sense of how stiff my canvas is, right? It's not wobbling as I work. It's got a nice, the brush bounces off of it. Scrubbing out some of the detail on the bottom there. Pass with a fan brush, and I'm going to do the same up above with the collar. I'll just deal with the purples afterwards. And again, because there's so much is going to be changing in here, I don't even really have to worry about this. Every little variation, they really don't even matter. I have so many shifts in here and lines, so much is going to be covered up. Vast fields are going to be covered with violet, and then beyond that, I've also got all of the highlights, all of the detail work is going to be put in on top. And so even this stuff, most of it is not going to be visible in the final painting. All right, so.
Comment from Joseph.
Yes.
It's interesting that you were going for the gold first and the bullion. I would have thought you would put the purple background in first and then later laid in the bullion.
Yeah, you know, that seems like you would just build the yellow up on top, the gold up on top. But the thing is that, like, I'm thinking in terms of the gold is going to be the hard part to do. So if I focus on the purple, then I'm left with nothing but the hard part. But if I do the gold first, and then once the gold is done, I then use the purple to push in and solidify its edges, it actually is going to lighten the load of what the gold needs to be successful. I'll probably wind up doing wow, a third or a quarter of the work, right? Because if I render something in here, I go in and I render it, every mark all the way to the edge must be perfect. The outer edges have to be perfect if it's sitting on the purple. But if I do the gold, I can make the outer edges a mess and then use the purple to sharpen the edges and make them what they're supposed to be for the final painting. And so that's actually my thinking. My thinking is that it's going to eliminate work because I'm going to be able to use the purple later on to clean up whatever mess I make when I'm putting in all the details. So I don't have to be nearly as careful in the details of the gold. And there's a lot of detail work. I don't have to worry about the outer edges of anything because I'm going to use the purple as an outer edge to fix whatever mess I leave behind. So it does make sense to do it this way. And I would have gotten both in, but as I was doing it, I'm starting to realize, like, I'm not going to get a proper purple. It's going to have to be much thinner, or it's going to overtake the gold. It's going to make a mess of things, and I'm going to wind up having to paint both the gold and the purple multiple times to get it to work. So I may as well just tackle one and not worry about the other until later on. And that's just trying to pull out.
And the gold will have a more luminous feel as well.
Yes, I can also grade the purple when I put it down. I can grade the purple into the gold instead of giving the gold necessarily razor sharp edges. I can let the gold actually look like it's emanating additional light and affecting the color of the purple along the way, which could be very nice also. And here I'm just opening this back up so I can see my lines. Right? I mean, I'm literally just using the brush to lift paint. And now smoothing it back out. And then I've just got to get the collar in here and that little bit at the ground underneath the table, and this is done. First pass will be behind us. Again, you can see, I mean, some things show, some things don't. A few landmarks is all you really need if you're kind of pulling the stuff away and trying to make sense of it. Like this arm is just going to be a few strokes of paint. It's really not going to be detailed. I mean, it could be, but it doesn't need to be. It's not the focus of the painting. The truth is, if somebody's busy looking at this over here, you failed over here. So this is not a few marks to explain what's going on in the folds is all you need. And so just a couple of marks. If I had 20 folds, if I have 3 or 4 marks that tell me where the big folds are and I can see them, that's all I need. And then the rest of it just kind of falls in between. Get rid of those edges. And again, it doesn't matter. Obviously, if you have an edge where you have an important piece of information, you want to make sure you can see it. And you want, if something's very complex like the face, you don't want the background taking it over. But here in the collar, it doesn't make a difference. I want to have some of these really rich amber colors in the shirt a little bit. I want it because it helps to connect him to the background. Even letting some of this kind of peek out in here. This is going to be white later on. You're not even going to know this is part of the shirt. But it helps psychologically, it connects one thing to another. They feel like they're all happening in the same space. And again, we'll take another look at the palette when I'm done. And you can see just how much I've repurposed the palette along the way. I've only got about seven distinct puddles of color here for a painting that is I mean, looks like you could arguably say there are 100 color variations in the photograph, and there are just a handful of variations on the palette. I've been using the same colors over and over and over in as many ways as I can, so that it all stays, it's all cut from the same cloth. And that makes it play nice together. Okay, and we are back to gold. Right, and you'll see as I go forward in the painting in subsequent passes, some of this gold is going to marry with the shirt shadows, and I'm going to have to be thoughtful to use the light on the shirt to bury it. So the order in which I paint each thing is going to matter, because I need to use one thing to bury another, because of the way I'm going about this. But again, this is why I say, like, a little bit of time between now and when I do the next pass is a good thing for me. It allows me to work out the change in what I am doing here, because this is not what my intention was. My intention was something very different, and I'm now going to have to account for this before I start my next pass. And accounting for it is not just like what colors, but part of it is also the order in which I'm going to do each thing. That's going to matter now. Certain things now have to be covered that might not have required that before. And does that have to be done in the second pass, or can it be done in the third? Like, I've got to now think about that, where it wasn't really an issue before. The way that I've now gone about this is going to force my hand. Certain doors have been closed to me because of the way I've gone about this now, which is fine. I mean, I made the decision in real time. It's the right decision, I'm pretty sure. And again, the truth is, I won't know. I may find that this was a mistake and it's going to create more work. It doesn't mean that the painting's not going to get done beautifully. What it means is that it might generate more labor, which is, you don't want that. You don't want more labor for the same result. More labor for a better result is fine, but more labor for the same result, right? If you're trying to make a living at this, that's terrible. That's a terrible trade-off. And if you are doing it for fun, well, you know what? You could make more paintings in the same amount of time if you're not wasting time, right? And so, your time is this highly valued commodity. You don't want to spend it doing something in 3 hours that could be done in 1 if you had taken a better road, right? And when you're first learning, well, that's part of the education. Doing stuff and seeing what works and what doesn't, and what works faster, even if it gives you the same result, right? There are many ways that you can go and travel someplace. Like if I want to travel from New York to California, I could travel down the eastern seaboard and then across through Texas and just keep going west until I hit the coast, and then start north until I get to California. But that'll get me there. It's just not efficient. Right, and so what we're looking for as we're developing these skills is the result. Again, that long road gets me there. But is there a more efficient way? That way, when I sit down to work, every minute that I spend is spent in moving the painting to the finish in the shortest road possible, so that I can finish it, take what I've learned from it, and start the next one. Again, whether it's for professional reasons or just personal, why would you want to spend time working on a painting when you could have this painting done and have the same finished result? Get it done in half the time, or even 80% of the time. And for me, like you'll see, like with Evolve, I'm all about working quickly. Like, the education is not fast, Though I would argue that the speed at which that you are going to learn and the speed at which you're going to produce paintings is going to be much greater than the average person who learns how to paint, because I'm all about efficiency. To me, when I was learning this, and I mean all along the way, I'm thinking about if I can shave off X percentage off of a portion of the painting and X percentage off of another, and maybe at the end of the year, all of those little percentages add up and become one extra painting. And for me, one extra painting is another paycheck. So if I can spend 1,000 hours a year painting and get 10 paintings, or get 1,000 hours and get 9 paintings, well, why wouldn't I take the 10th? The 10th is an extra paycheck for no additional labor, hours-wise, right? And so for me, always looking for ways to get the same result, never a diminished result, but the same result in less time. It's always on my mind. And so all of these techniques are designed to be as efficient as they can be. And I can tell you, some of them are not efficient at all. But that doesn't mean that I'm giving it to you in the most efficient way possible that I know of. So, that's basically all I can give you. The best that I can manage. And again, I mean, for the most part with this stuff right now, I'm just trying to marry these edges and get back down to enough of the information in the sketch that I can place everything properly later on. And again, you can see clearly I don't have an issue scrubbing away my paint with a rag if need be. And this I'm trying to make sense of what's here. I don't even need everything to be equally painted, right? It looks nicer if everything's equally painted. But like you see earlier, I kind of wiped out the eyes and I left them a little bit more visible than other things. It doesn't have to all be even. Remember, this is a stepping stone to the final painting. It's not the final painting. And the vast majority of what is here will not be visible in the final painting. And so the big thing is that you have some local color. Edges are extremely soft. As long as you've got that, chances are you're exactly where you need to be to get the next stage done. Right? Just making sure I don't have any edges that I'm going to have to fight with later on. That's all it is. And I want to be able to see as much as I can see. So I've just got this little bit down here. I got to get a little bit of gold. Flag. Oh, that's a lot lighter than I want. Just looking at the color, a little bit too light. Because I know I'm going to push this back. And again, I'm kind of calculating what I'm going to do in the next pass already. And down in here, I'm just looking to see what value works. I'm going to use the shadow the background color, what I have in here, back in here, but I'm going to tweak it just a little bit so that it's a better fit. There's a lot more going on in there. So like up in here, there's a step. It's kind of like here. So this can all be filled with the background. And in that I let the edge of the tuxedo go here. Right, and then flagpole. And then this, I'm just going to open it up a little bit. I'm just going to add a little bit of green. I'm seeing green in there. It's almost like marble steps or something. And again, not too much different. Like you said, look at the difference here to here. It's subtle. Just a little bit different. Again, easier to make it a little different from what it is if you already know where your starting point is. Gold against the flag. Again, nice and soft. This out here. And again, I'm careful. I'm not dragging one into the other. I'm kind of dancing along the edge, back and forth. There's going to be contamination, but I want it controlled. I don't want the gold wiped out as I go. So I'm careful to just kind of manage the edge in the direction it's moving. Again, so many of these obscured edges might even find their way into the final painting. Like this falls back nicely. If I put details up in here, this might be manageable to just leave exactly as it is. I try to get that gold in there first so it doesn't get ruined. I'm just careful not to do too much. Like knowing when to stop, very important. Good, so I think that is it. Step back and take a look at it. Okay, so this is a good start. And again, so I'm just going to very, very quickly kind of describe what I did here. Again, I talked about it at the beginning, but I'm going to say it again. So, then if you want, once you get this up, just put it up on the table. Good?
Yep.
Okay, so what I've done here is I've built a painting using only middle ground values. Meaning, again, if you have a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being white and 10 being black, I've tried to build everything here between 4, 5, and 6. Trying to leave 1, 2, and 3 as lights, completely untouched. 7, 8, 9, 10 as shadows, completely untouched. Okay, and that's giving me, it makes it easy for me to blend one thing into another, regardless of the colors. And so this painting, because the value scale is so tight, regardless of what colors I'm using, I'm able to blur my edges. And I'm just basically scrubbing the paint together. And in blurring the edges, I'm creating a sense of atmosphere. Atmosphere that is much harder to get in if you start sharp and then start softening edges after. So I've created the atmosphere, I've created the overall feel of the space. Now what I'm going to do, once this dries, is I'm now going to build out my lights on all the lights that go down are going to be lighter than the lights that are here, and all of my shadows will get darker. There won't be anything in a shadow that's going to be lighter than what's here, and there's not going to be anything in a light that is darker than what's here. So if I want to put a wrinkle in here, like say under his eye, this shade might be the one that is the wrinkle, and then everything around it is lighter. So I won't go in and put in a darker mark. Well, in the eye itself I'm going to have to, but pretty much the skin is all going to be this shade or lighter over here. In here where the shadow is, I'll glaze in darker values or I'll put in darker values. But all these transitional areas are going to stay basically the way they are. The idea is that I've divided the painting now and I can do 2 paintings. One that is purely shadows and one that is purely lights. All of the middle ground that holds the shadows and lights together are done. And all of the soft edges, the things that marry the painting and give it a sense of atmosphere and where you can almost taste the air, like that's already now here. What's missing are the sharp edges that bring it into focus. And what happens is when you work this way, you realize a painting even of this size doesn't have a lot of sharp edges. Where if you painted this sharp and added the gradients later on, this has hundreds of thousands of sharp edges that you have to take your time and render, and it just eats up the clock, right? And so the idea is, by having only maybe 1,000 sharp lines instead of 1,000,000, we're now shaving away every one of those marks as a few seconds that we don't have to paint. And in addition to that, we also get the natural atmosphere of the painting right from the beginning. I'll know immediately when I put a mark down if it's too dark or too light based on what's already here, because everything that goes down now on top of this is going to be based on how it relates to what's already here. All I need to do is figure out where I want to push the painting, and it'll be a nudge darker, a nudge lighter, a big step lighter. This is a sharp edge, that's not. And the painting will pull together. And again, this is going to be done in 3 passes. It's going to be broken down over the next couple of weeks because I'm going to do section by section. I don't like to stand in front of the painting these days for more than a couple of hours at a time. This was a very long day, but this process requires that the entire painting be covered in the first pass. Again, if I stopped here, there'd be no way tomorrow for me to blend that edge if this was already dry. So it has to be done in 1 pass. Now that this is done, I can let this sit until it's bone dry, give it a couple of days, and by then, I will know exactly what I want to do in the next pass, and I'll be able to start pulling things together. More likely than not, I'll start in the background, and I'll knock out the wall back here with the columns and the flag. That to me is the next thing because it sets the stage for the figure. If I do the figure first, the figure then dictates what this has to be. If I do this first and I keep it subdued, I then have a lot more room with the figure to decide what I want to do with it. So it's going to be easier for me to tackle the background, define it better. There's a good chance that I can finish the background in the second pass and not require anything in the third pass to solidify it because I want it to fall away. And so you'll be able to see me define the flag, again, without too much effort, really kind of pull the flag together because these underpinnings, so much of the work is already done. It's really done, and I didn't labor over it. But so much of the heart of the stuff that eats up the clock is now finished, okay? And you'll see that when I work on the columns and I work on the flag, you'll see that it's not a lot of work. It's really deciding how bright do I want to be relative to what's here, and then sharp edges fading into what's here. That's all I'm going to be doing. It's really what we call our vacant shadows technique, at least for the background. But anyway, thank you everybody for coming. If anybody's got a question, I'll take them right now, a couple of minutes. See if we have any questions.
Do you want to hand me my phone?
I answered everyone's questions.
Seems like it.
Okay. Well, again, everybody, thank you so much for coming. We will post when I'll be starting the next step in this, and hopefully we'll see you then.
Got a question.
Oh, okay.
I am curious about why stretch canvas is better than canvas board.
It's not. It's not. You can actually get, so there are companies, and offhand I am drawing a blank on the name. There are companies that make linen. It's high-end linen for painting on, that's on an acid-free board with, I think it's probably PVC glue, archival material. A stretch canvas is not better than a canvas board. The problem is that when you go into the store and you buy the $3 canvas board, it's cotton duck canvas, and that's not an archival material. I think the lifespan on cotton canvas is something like 50 years, which sounds like a lot until you produce something really beautiful on it. Like say you do a portrait and you want to give that to a child who's going to grow up. By the time they're an adult, it's going to be dust. So linen is a better material. It lasts a couple of hundred years. So if it's in a family for 200 years, they're going to restore it. A piece of canvas, that cotton canvas, is not going to be restored so readily. But yeah, you can work on canvas boards, they're fine, and when you're first learning, canvas boards are great. They're inexpensive, and you don't worry about them. You're not spending $18, $25, whatever it is, on a single piece of canvas or linen. But yeah, at the beginning, work on canvas boards, absolutely.
Next question, is it difficult to lighten values in the lit portions after it's dry?
No, actually, building up the lights is easy. So in the next pass, when we build up the lights, we're still going to be working with opaques. So this painting is going to start to split and go in two very different directions. The lights are going to be built up with opaques, very much like what I did now, but just smaller brush strokes and bolder values, okay? Those will be done with opaques, and we'll be glazing into the shadows to darken them. When we do some opaque work, but most of the work in the lights is going to be opaques on top of this to get them lighter, and then in the shadows we can either work opaquely or we can glaze. Usually what I do is I'll do opaque passes for everything in the second pass, and in the third pass, opaques for my highlights and glazing to push back and sharpen up any edges that are still not as sharp as I want them. So, and again, if you're able to make it out and watch the next few passes, all of this will make a lot more sense when you see the painting finished, how we get to the finish.
Question from Orlando Velez, is that the WM back there?
Yes, it is.
Next question, did you spray a fixative on the transfer?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And it's not that WM, it's the GM.
Okay.
Anyway, so
Another one?
the fixative, yes. After I did my transfer, I sprayed fixative. Now, the reason that I sprayed fixative on it is I knew I was going to be scrubbing back down to this thing for the demo. So I was concerned that if I didn't have it locked down under a fixative spray and then a couple of layers of acrylic, that when I started scrubbing, that the oil would strip the drawing away. And again, I want you to see how I work into the drawing, because it'll be something you'll be able to do at home once you understand how it works more easily than if I lose a line and I start just painting. Easier to follow along if you can see the lines. So I made sure to lock this down. Normally I probably wouldn't spray it. I'd roll one light coat of acrylic on it and go to work.
Just so I walk away understanding the process, we do the first pass in the middle of the road, so later passes you can push the extremes?
Yep, that's exactly right. We don't want to address middle ground values ever again. We only want the lights to get lighter. We only want the shadows to get darker. Good, that's it?
That's it.
Okay. Again, thank you everybody for coming. I greatly appreciate it, and see you soon.